going on, guys? Welcome back to United View. Hope everyone is doing very well. Welcome back to Match View Live. Yes, we are here. It is a match day. It is Manchester United versus Fulham at Old Trafford. A rare Saturday, 3 p.m. kickoff. Again, a rarity. Very, very rare for Manchester United, certainly. But hopefully what is not a rarity is 3 more points today. We are with you all the way until kickoff, during kickoff, after kickoff. We've got you covered here at Match View Live. So be sure to smash a like on the like button. Be sure to subscribe, bottom right-hand corner. All of you guys have been really enjoying the, I would say, new, updated, longer, bigger Match View experience over the last couple of weeks. So we said, you know what? You want us to be live longer. You want us to be live early. So that's what we are doing. We are going to be live just going forward. I mean, the last couple of weeks we've been live 90 minutes before the 90 minutes. Now we're going to be live 2 hours before kickoff, during the match, after the match as well. You can see the timeline on the screen right there. Team news is just under an hour away. And it's going to be a very, very, very interesting team selection from Erik ten Hag today, certainly. So we're bringing you that at 2 o'clock. Obviously, then we'll be bringing you the match at 3 o'clock kickoff. It'll be me, myself, guiding you through the game for the 3 p.m. kickoff today as well. Then we'll have half-time reaction, full-time reaction. Hopefully, we'll be able to catch up with Flex on the phone as well at points before, during, and after the game too. And obviously, after the game as well, we'll have fan views coming from outside Old Trafford. We'll also have the full-time view where members can call in and have their say as well. So you don't have to go anywhere today. You don't have to go anywhere. Settle in right now. Click the like button. Subscribe. We've got you covered. We've got you sorted. Let's have a look who's already in the chat as well, because there is actually so much to get into prior to team news coming out in about an hour's time. So we've got a lot to get through today, certainly as well. Let's see what people are saying in the chat. Tywin's in the chat, says squeaky bum time, 2-1 United win as well. Tabrez says, have a feeling we're going to be drawing today. Sorry to be a negative Nelly. It's only your opinion as well. Chris says, hit the like button. Absolutely. Ispout says, you've been watching the chamber, Owen. I have indeed. I tell you what, the YouTube gods have cursed me today because you know me. I've got the channel Wrestling News 365 and usually when there's a premium live event, I'd be doing a watch along, but it just so happens that an event that starts a good time for us over here in the UK clashes with a Manchester United game, a 3 o'clock game. When do we ever play at 3 o'clock on a Saturday? Very, very rarely. So it's, it got me. It got me today. But I couldn't be better placed than to be here with you guys, certainly, as well. So I have been watching. I've got it turned off now because I'll get distracted. I'll get proper, I'm not going to do a Flex. You know when Flex is doing the show and then he starts doing this. You're talking, you can see him going, yeah. KG does that with the fan views as well. When he's watching the TV, he goes, yeah, I agree, yeah. I'll get totally distracted as well. So absolutely. But this is what we got to do. So we've got the poll in the chat as well, guys. It's been up for an hour already. With your predictions today, Manchester United a draw or a Fulham victory. So if you haven't already, get your votes in as well. Steffi says, why are you here, Owen? I've been watching WWE because it's because Man United are playing. That's why I'm here. I'm here today. Absolutely. Static says, with your new Jamaican roots. Absolutely. New. I've always got a very strong Jamaican heritage. People know this as well. People saw that on the Trinity podcast this week. Lots of people enjoying the Trinity as well. And I can see everyone filing in as well. So what we're going to get into before we get to team news and before we kick off as well, a couple of news stories I want to get to because as it was always the case when it comes to Manchester United the day before a game, you've got news stories coming out, a bit of an update when it comes to Julian Nagelsmann possibly eyeing up the Manchester United manager's job as well. Going to be chatting about Raphael Varane and possibly going to Saudi in the summer. I also want to get through some of the quotes from Erik ten Hag's embargoed press conference last night too. We're going to do a bit of an insight, a bit of a deep dive on Amari Forsum. as well as it looks like he possibly could be set for his first Premier League start today. Now, where on the pitch he's going to be starting, that is certainly up for debate. Some people are saying through the middle, some are saying on the right, some are saying possibly on the left. We'll have to wait and see, but Erik ten Hag has spoken about him as well, so we'll be chatting about that. We're also going to get some more reaction when it comes to Rasmus Højlund's injury as well. Then we're going to get into team news, obviously match reaction, all that fun stuff. So there is so much, as I mentioned, so much to get into as well. Let's start off talking about this Julian Nagelsmann story. So this was sort of making the rounds last night. It comes from Sports Zone, who are saying that Julian Nagelsmann has been relishing the idea of coaching Manchester United since last summer. The German coach is also one of Ineos's priority targets for the renewal of the Mancunian project. Now, when it comes to this, because we've seen this a bit in the last couple of days, haven't we? We've seen it with Thomas Tuchel. We've seen it now with Nagelsmann. I'm sure we'll see it with other managers. Well, we've seen it with Graham Potter, I suppose, as well. Of all of these people saying how much they'd love to manage Manchester United, we've seen that. Do I put any stock in it? Not really. I don't put that much stock in it. I mean, I don't know what you guys think when it comes to all this. This certainly feels like managers or agents trying to position themselves to get a job in the summer, to get a good job in the summer. I don't put anything really in it all that much, as I mentioned with Thomas Tuchel. I mean, a great example of this, if you cast your minds back, a great example of this is when Ole Gunnar Solskjaer got sacked back in 2021. Do you remember the stories and those reports that came out of Italy at the time? And they were that Antonio Conte, that was his dream job. He really wanted the Manchester United job, and there were informal talks, and Conte was considering it, and Conte wanted that challenge, and Conte wanted the Manchester United role, and that was desperately what he wanted. And there were never any talks. And they came from, I think it was Gianluca Di Marzio. There was a fairly reputable journalist based in Italy at the time. But we know Antonio Conte didn't end up managing Manchester United. In fact, he ended up going to Spurs not long thereafter. It might have even, not long after, actually. And realistically, all it was about is agents. All it was about is agents. All it was about is managers seeing, I guess, a space for opportunity, seeing... seeing that there's, I guess, a vulnerable position, or trying to make something happen, try and, where they say throw it out into the universe and it might manifest itself. I think that's kind of what it is, another story like this. Julian Nagelsmann, I think his contract with the German national team only runs until the Euros anyway. He's a very, very, very young coach. He's still in his 30s. So I don't think that he's got his eyes set on being the national team coach for a long, long time. National team managers, it's a bit of an old person's game nowadays, isn't it? You kind of get these managers that like the hustle and bustle and the regularity of having to play club football multiple times a week, and it sometimes feels like when managers suddenly get a bit too tired of that, or that starts to pass them by a little bit, what do? They go into international football, go manage the national team, and it's pretty cozy. You get your players once every couple of months. You build towards a big tournament, play a couple of friendlies, that's about it. And to be honest with you, when it was even announced that Nagelsmann was going to be becoming the manager of the German team, I went, that's a bit of a surprise, but I suppose that's a fantastic opportunity in the sense of, hey, do you want to go manage your home country at a home tournament? Absolutely, I'll give it a go. Why wouldn't you do that? So I think... I don't think there's anything in this. I think Nagelsmann, as I mentioned, will probably end up at some club, probably next summer. And if he wins the Euros with Germany, which I don't think he does, but if he does do that, there'll be all of these clubs lining up for him. So this, to me, felt like a bit of a non-story, to be honest with you. It felt like agents just trying to, like I say, manifest something, make something happen. When it comes to Erik ten Hag, I did see a humorous comment, it must be said. I saw a humorous comment on the press conference reaction yesterday, and it was something along the lines of, I'm paraphrasing here, and it's going to sound like I'm really taking liberties with this story, and I honestly, I promise you I'm not. It was something like, this guy's an Erik ten Hag outer, I know a snake when I see it, just say it. And it's funny, isn't it? And I mentioned this during the press conference yesterday, that you can only comment on on the questions and the stories when it comes to that. And naturally, when there's a big upheaval of change at Manchester United, which there has been, which there is going to be, on the pitch, off the pitch, the manager's future will get thrown into that, particularly if they don't achieve the targets that's expected of them this season. So to have that conversation, that's it's fine to have that conversation. But this whole you're a snake, I know it, I see it, I can smell it. How dare you talk about it? These stories are going to continue to come up, and there's a reason why these stories like Nagelsmann keep coming up, is because, as I said, agents think there might be an opportunity there in the summer. And as far as what do I think will happen in the summer, I've said it time and time and time again when it comes to Erik ten Hag and his future, which is if he does well between now and the end of the season, if he qualifies for top four, even if he doesn't, but United win the majority of their games, their form improves, they play a bit better football, and the momentum's there, I think he'll be fine. If Manchester United have a repeat of the first half of the season, he'll be in a bit of trouble. I think it's as simple as that. So that doesn't mean you're Erik ten Hag in, doesn't mean you're Erik ten Hag out or anything like that. That's just, I think, living in some semblance of reality, to be honest with you. So when it comes to Nagelsmann, as I said, don't really think there's all that much in there as well. What else are people saying here in the chat at the moment? Toby says, I still believe we have the right manager. He didn't have the structure around him, and now he does. Media, please do us a favour. Well, what was quite interesting yesterday as well, Toby, and I don't know if you guys saw this, it was Jim Ratcliffe did an interview with someone from Bloomberg, and he was asked about Erik ten Hag. And interestingly, I mean, he essentially gave, almost word for word, the same answer he gave during the BBC interview. And that was less about the coach. I don't really want to talk about the coach. I want to talk about the structure. And he said the same things, which was there have been great coaches here over the last 10, 11 years. None of them have done that well. None of them have lasted very long. And that makes me think that it's not so much about the coach, it's more about the structure. So I'm here to fix the structure. Erik's in that structure. It's about us fixing that structure. He didn't say anything really about Ten Hag. Once again, he focused on the structure. Now, people can say that's very ambiguous. It's very vague. As we've seen this week, people have interpreted that so many different ways. There are some that have said that that's almost a backhanded backing of Erik ten Hag to say that he's not really focused on changing the coach, he's focused on changing the structure. If he changes the structure, the coach will be successful if he's a good coach. Some have said, well, he hasn't said that he's openly backing Erik ten Hag, so maybe that means that he is going to get rid of him in the summer. I think, as I said, it's ambiguous for a reason, and that's because I think he's going to let the rest of the season dictate as to where he goes, certainly, when it comes to that Erik ten Hag decision. So there was a bit on Julian Nagelsmann. As I said, don't think there's really that much in there as well. Tabrez says, last season, Erik ten Hag put the fear factor back at Old Trafford. But our first game, we were unbeaten there. We need to do the same again. So saying that we need to back and stick with the manager. Splashnet, one of our members, says, my thing is injuries are definitely a setback, but that's where coaches earn their money. We aren't the only ones with injuries. We are going to talk about the injuries, particularly to Rasmus Højlund a bit later on. As I mentioned, we're about 45 minutes away from team news coming out. So if you haven't already clicked that like button, we've already got nearly 500 people watching, which is fantastic. That is the first siren of the day. Everyone enjoy it. There's probably several to come. Considering how long we're going to be live, that's the first one of the day. Count it one. Actually, someone that's willing to sit through, the whole day today, and I know you guys are out there because you're the loyal members of the UV community. Let's do a tally. Let's do a tally with how many we get. Let's do a tally of how many we get in terms of the siren count. That's number one. I'm going to designate someone that's willing to take that challenge today. How many sirens can we get? How many will we get? That's a fun way to keep a check of that one as well. So yes, if you haven't already, someone make sure they count that. So that's siren number one. Tick. So that's the Nagelsmann story as well. Right, I do want to also talk about Rafael Varane to Saudi. This is a really interesting story. I suppose interesting to a degree because we kind of know that this is always the case. But Ben Jacobs, who seemingly just have some very good sources actually in Saudi Arabia, broke the story yesterday regarding Rafael Varane and other targets in Saudi. He's talking about Kevin De Bruyne from Manchester City as well. And he said, Rafael Varane is now a top Saudi transfer target this summer. Both Al Ittihad and Al Nassr are hoping to secure him on a 3-year contract, but Varane has yet to give any response or the green light. Once again, that comes from Ben Jacobs. Shout out to United District for posting the story on their account as well. Is it surprising? No. Of course it's not surprising. I think as time goes on, Rafael Varane is still yet to be tied down to a longer-term contract at Manchester United. United had the option to trigger an extension to his contract. They decided not to do that because he's on, was it £340,000 a week? Something like that. And United reportedly are in talks with him, and United are absolutely still chatting with him and seeing if he would like to stay for less. But it kind of does feel David De Gea-ish, doesn't it? It feels a bit David De Gea-ish in the sense of talks keep on going until the end of the season, and then we get to the 30th of June, or very close to the 30th of June when his contract does indeed expire, and then we find out he's gone. In fact, with De Gea, it was a bit later actually. I forget with that, because his contract, didn't De Gea's contract like officially expire, and then there was still like a week or so period where we weren't sure. If am I remembering that right? I think I am. And maybe it might be a similar situation with Rafael Varane. I don't know, but United aren't going to get any money for him, obviously. He's going to be a free transfer, and there are options for him. And it's going to be interesting to see if he uses those options as leverage, if United end up agreeing something with him, or if they don't. My general feeling is Rafael Varane will end up leaving at the end of the season. And that isn't to say anything about his quality. That isn't to say anything about his ability. That isn't to say that Rafael Varane isn't the ghost, the wraith, the phantom. And it's not to say that he hasn't won all these Champions Leagues or anything like that, because once again, you get into kind of people's interpretation of things. Whenever you approach this subject, people will go, but we're going to keep Harry Maguire and we're going to get rid of Varane. This is the problem. Our standards are on the floor at Manchester United. I think a lot of people are going to be going in the summer. We spoke about this on the Morning View yesterday, didn't we, guys? Saying that particularly in that back four is going to undergo some major renovation in the summer. We're looking at, we need a left back because Luke Shaw, not fit enough, not reliable enough. Terrell Malacia's been out all season. We just need to resolve that left back problem. Centre backs, you're looking at least, I think, 2 centre-backs going, to be honest with you. You're looking at Varane probably going, and then one of either Maguire or Lindelof, possibly Johnny Evans as well, if he doesn't get a year on his contract. So there you're looking at like 3 centre-backs. So you're going to say, what, we're going to be recruiting for at least two centre-backs coming in. Chances are Aaron Wan-Bissaka is going to go in the summer too. He's got a year left on his contract as well. So you're looking already there at like possibly 4 defenders leaving and having to recruit players coming in. And with the report suggesting that there is going to be money to spend because we managed to steer clear of the any issues with PSR upcoming this summer, but we are going to be selling a lot of players as well. If your plan is to have this big overhaul, bring lots of players in, you're going to have to get rid of a lot of players as well. I think it's a desire of Ineos, Jim Ratcliffe, Omar Barada to get the wage budget down. And you do that by going after some of the biggest contracts. And not necessarily because they're bad players or anything like that, but because the problem with Rafael Varane is the fitness record. That is a fundamental problem with him, is that, you know, he picks up injuries or he's only available for maybe 1 game a week or something like that because of you have to maintain his fitness, manage his fitness levels. And we're just not in that position where we can carry that. Some teams are. If you're like Manchester City, then you can carry that. You can say, we've got very strong reinforcements. We've got people that if we cycle this player out the team, we bring this player in, it's not a problem. When we've got big Champions League matches, we bring this guy in, it's fine. with United, we're at the stage where we need consistency. We need to have the ability to play more often than not the same starting 11 and try and build from that, particularly when our coach says that's what he likes and that's what he's looking for. I got covered up. Look at that, actually. I forgot these things were covered up. Let's move that there. There you go. If you just saw that, by the way, I forgot that these were on. I forgot they were on. The super chats and members chats as well. You get the little gifs as well. So if you get your super chats in, if you get your members chats in, you get the little pop-up as well. If there's new members, you get the high five, me doing the high five. With other super chats, there's like KG pointing to his chest, there's KG zooming in. Some have sounds as well. So that's all there for you. So I forgot that. I forgot that was there. And it was actually Prod by Palmeiras. Is part of the UV members club, although probably Paris has been a member for a really long time, actually, but sometimes they come through as new members. But big up to Probably Paris, long-time member of UV, so big up to you as well. So yes, that's the latest when it comes to Rafael Varane. Been linked with a Saudi move. Won't be shocked if indeed that ends up being the case, actually. I think he probably will end up leaving in the summer, as will a lot of people, certainly as well. We've got nearly 700 people watching already, which is fantastic, as we are still, over an hour and a half away, from kickoff. So if you haven't already, click that like button. Be sure to subscribe, bottom right-hand corner. Let's see if we can get the likes up early, way before kickoff, way before kickoff. So yes, appreciate everyone that's tuning in and settled in for this Saturday afternoon game, a rare untelevised one for us here in the UK. That is something to consider later on because people are going to be out of sync and all that kind of stuff. Danny DeVito with the super chat says, "What the hell, Owen? Where's your Elimination Chamber watch along?" It's because I'm here. That's why I couldn't do both, unfortunately, today. I had considered it. Starting at 10, but if I'd have started, I wouldn't have been. I'd have to stop. Basically, I wouldn't have been able to do two things at once, unfortunately. So it's just unfortunate scheduling on my part, isn't it? Unfortunate scheduling. We do the match views now a couple of hours early. The event's still going on, so I didn't want to start and not finish, basically. So there'll be videos coming up on the channel later on today over at Wrestle News 365. So yes, couldn't do, but because what's the point of doing a watch along where you can't watch the main event? Imagine that. You can't do both, unfortunately. So yes, but it'll be back to normal for what events we got coming up. We've got AW Revolution coming up next weekend. We've then got WrestleMania coming up as well. So it's just very unfortunate. It's very unfortunate timing, isn't it? But I appreciate everyone going, why can't you do it? But yes, unfortunate timing is what it is. Where else were we as well? We've already got 700 people watching, so we can get those likes up. We're at 151 likes. See if we can get to 200 as well. What is funny, actually, is when you do make a change. So as you would have seen, guys, for the last few weeks, we have been doing the match view much earlier to get all of this stuff in. A reminder, it is at 3 p.m. As Cospro says here. Game's at 3 p.m., pal. Yes, it is. But we'll go live earlier, give you more match view experience, get you guys together, chatting, all that fun stuff. I mean, that's what you want, isn't it, as well? That's what you want. Where else will we? Right, I do want to go to Erik ten Hag's press conference as well last night, because obviously the embargoed part of the press conference came out, and there were some very interesting quotes here that I want to get to. So the first was about recruitment in the summer. And about Ineos and Erik ten Hag working with Ineos in the summer as well. So this was a quote that he said. He said, they, referring to Ineos, will not bring in players who the manager doesn't want, because that will not work. We will work there together with suggestions, bringing players in and discussing. So certainly sounds to me like Erik ten Hag envisions himself there in the summer, envisions himself working with Ineos as well, envisions himself working with, I guess, whoever the sporting director is going to be, Dan Ashworth, if he's going to be in situ by that point. Actually, I suppose we don't actually know. But He says that it's going to be completely aligned, and certainly is suggesting he's not going to be dictated to a little bit as well, which is an interesting quote there by Erik ten Hag. He was also asked about Antony. Now, this is a really interesting quote as well. He was asked about Antony, who it looks like certainly isn't going to be starting today for Manchester United. It appears to be Amari Forson replacing an injured Rasmus Højlund. I guess we just don't know, again, which people are going to be playing in which places, but it looks like Antony is not going to be starting. And he was asked about Antony, who's been on the bench, even a new substitute actually at times. And Ten Hag said, quote, "He has to prove a point, but he will do that. He has big potential. He hasn't shown it lately." I mean, talk about the understatement of the century by the Manchester United manager there. But I know what his talent is. It's about proving his talent. It's about him. He will probably get his opportunities. I like that he even says probably. Probably. Sometimes you go, he will get opportunities. A lot of the times, Ten Hag goes, he will get opportunities. With Antony, he will probably get opportunities. But that was always the idea. You have competition. Look, Antony's a dud when it comes to his Manchester United career and how it's worked out, isn't it? Manchester United grossly overpaid. I mean, it doesn't take a genius to figure that one out, does it? And I think it says a lot. I think it says really a lot that in recent games, when he could have brought him on. I mean, it says a lot that he's dropped down to the bench in recent weeks. You go, well, that's significant. And then it says even more that when there have been opportunities to make substitutions, Erik ten Hag hasn't been bringing on Antony. And even if he has, it's been very late on in the game. You're not really expecting him to have any effect on it. Sometimes it's just a case of fresh legs, maybe do some defensive work. So Antony, I think we talk about players that could go in the summer. I think Antony's absolutely on that list. And I think it says a lot. Obviously Erik ten Hag's going to come out and defend his players in the press. Obviously, Erik ten Hag's going to come out and back his players and say that they're going to get opportunities and they're going to get talent and they're fantastic. But I think it's pretty obvious that Alejandro Garnacho has risen above him in the pecking order at United. And to be honest with you, it's kind of wild, isn't it? Maybe it says a lot about Manchester United's recruitment that think of the money we've spent searching for a right winger, whether it's Antony, whether it's Jadon Sancho, whether it is Ahmad as well, right? One of the names that could play on the right wing. And the person who has been, as KG would like to say, the answer to the right-hand side is a player that came through the academy. Yes, we got him at a very young age from Atletico Madrid, but came through the academy. Alejandro Garnacho, who you would say is probably better off playing from the left, but he's been playing on the right in recent weeks and doing very well doing it. Obviously, didn't have the best game last week, but still, if you go back to the West Ham game, scored twice. If you go back to the game against Aston Villa before Christmas, or after Christmas, whenever it was, Boxing Day, and scored twice then. So I think Antony is, kind of done when it comes to his position at United. And I think if there is an offer in the summer, I think United would take it. As far as, well, it'll be a loss. Yes, we've already made a loss on Antony, to be honest with you. We are never getting anywhere near the £85 million back. That's just not happening, is it? You can let me know in the chat, actually, how much, if an offer comes in for Antony in the summer, realistically, I mean, jokes aside, banter aside, I get it, Antony's rubbish, all this kind of stuff. He's only worth 5 pence. Legitimately, how much do you think Manchester United get for Antony, realistically, in the summer? If they were like, right, he's on the market, we're going to sell Antony. How much genuinely do Manchester United get? Steve-O says 30 million. MA says 20. Mortada says 35 million. CJK Digital says 35 million. George says 35. Tom says 30 to 35. David T says 15. Easy says 15. Tywin Lannister says 40. SLD 30 to 45. Victor says trade Antony for KG. Nikolai says 30. Just Josh Media Graphics Guru Visual Ninja is in the chat. He says 30. Splashnet says 10.5. So people are sort of saying around sort of 30 to 35-ish, I suppose. Which, look, he is young. I mean, like I said, I remember the year before we bought him, wasn't he scouted by United? And I think the value was 40 or something like that. I think with his recent form and his performances at United, I don't think you could command 40. So I think it's probably 30 to 35, maybe something like that. And at that point, and again, I don't even think you can't really haggle and be like, we want to try and get some money back. You've just got to accept the fact you're making a loss. You are making a loss on Anthony Dos Santos, and that's very unfortunate. And I think it would say a lot about Ineos, wouldn't it? It would say a lot about their true intentions, because in years gone by, because of the amount of money spent on a player like an Anthony, United would not want to swallow their pride, essentially. They'd want to be like, we spent money, we've got to make it work. We can't embarrass ourselves or anything like that. And it'll be interesting to see if Ineos go, nope, not good enough, move on. Let's try and raise some funds and put it into another player as well. I think that'll be very curious to see, certainly. We've got over 800 people watching, 10 likes to go to 200. If you haven't already, click the like button. We're 30 minutes away from kickoff, imagine, from team news. 30 minutes away from team news coming. Well, we'll be bringing you the team news at 2 p.m. As well. Let's get through these quotes. Now, Erik ten Hag was asked about centre-forward options. We are going to talk about Amari Forsum. And Erik ten Hag was asked about centre-forward options in the press conference. And he said, Amari Forsum, he is doing well. We have options to fill in those positions. It's not set Marcus Rashford has to play as a centre-forward. So when he said that, when he says this, that makes you think, right, Amari Forsum is playing through the middle today. Rasmus Højlund's injured. He's out for 2 to 3 weeks. At least that was the diagnosis. We'll get to that in a bit. And Amari Forsum's going to be playing through the middle. He did come on for Rasmus Højlund at Molineux against Wolves, so maybe Forsum would be playing through the middle, particularly when Erik ten Hag says that there. Hold that thought, though, because in a bit, he kind of says the opposite, the opposite as well. But it does look like Amari Forsum is going to be getting his first Premier League start today. But hold that thought, because we are going to talk a lot more in depth about Amari Forsum. He was also asked about why Manchester United didn't sign another striker in January. And he said, I get it about Anthony Martial, but he has done for us last season great things. So he's also on a high payment in this club. So when you bring another one in, you strike him out. There are arguments not to do it as for why he didn't get another striker in January. I mean, that is bullshit. I mean, Anthony Martial last season did score goals. Yes, he did score goals. But he also didn't complete 90 minutes last season. And I know every time I bring up the 90-minute thing about Anthony Martial, people go, well, that's on Ten Hag. He could have played 90 minutes, but he took him off every single time. You see why he took him on. You see why he took him off, because Anthony Martial keeps picking up injuries. That's certainly why. He also then said on signing another striker, and this is kind of going to the point of he did try to sign another striker. He said, when I got the news about Anthony Martial at the start of January, I really tried to get another striker in, but because we are vulnerable there, FFP was the thing, we couldn't do it. We worked out other options, how to fill this in and how to deal with this moment, with the moment Rasmus Højlund wouldn't be available. We have options in our squad. And, I mean, I suppose technically we do have options. Technically, yes, we do. But they're not the options Erik ten Hag would have wanted. I mean, Erik ten Hag has said multiple times that he wanted to get a striker in. He said he looked at it and we couldn't because of FFP reasons. But this is what happens. This is once again dealing with the sins of the past, isn't it? This is when you'd have to deal with players that probably shouldn't be at the club anymore, like Anthony Martial, being on big contracts. You have the inability to shift them, to move them on, because people take a look at them and go, that's a difficult deal for us to do. And also the player goes, I'm not going to get that much money anywhere else. And sometimes I don't necessarily blame the player. Sometimes people get a lot like really focused on the player with that. How dare Anthony Martial sit at Manchester United and take the money? He's well within his rights to do that. United are the ones stupid enough to give that kind of contract out when his injury record hasn't been great for several years. That's not on him. That's on the club. And as I mentioned, you're dealing with sins of the past because of not just Anthony Martial, but other deals as well. When it came to January, we couldn't do anything. And we knew that the possibility or potential of having the situation we're in right now regarding Rasmus Højlund was always possible. Frankly, Rasmus Højlund shouldn't have really been playing the amount of games that he actually has been playing, the amount of minutes he has been playing. Because if we had another striker, we could have managed that a bit better, and you end up getting muscular injuries like you get now. So we do have options, but they're not the best options, certainly. This is kind of the point I was making as well, where, yes, he spoke about Amari Thorson, that he could play through the middle. It doesn't necessarily have to be Marcus Rashford. He then also did say, we have Marcus Rashford, who can also play very good in the front position. So I still think, and it's 25 minutes to go until team news comes out, my prediction is that Rashford does play through the middle today. My predicted team, or predicted front three, certainly, for United against Fulham at Old Trafford, is that it will be Amari Thorson on the right, Garnacho on the left, and Marcus Rashford through the middle. I think that's probably what will happen with him. And to be honest, when it comes to Amari Thorson, what a fantastic story. Because if you recall and cast your mind back to pre-season, Thorson played in a pre-season game. I forget who it was against. Was it against Arsenal? Or was it against someone else? I forget which game it was. And he started right wing, I believe. And he got hooked off after, how many minutes was it? It was in the first half. He got hooked off and people started going, oh, you've absolutely killed him. I can't believe you've done that. And now to get to the point where he's seemingly going to be starting today, when he came on against Wolves, got an assist as well. That's an incredible story, isn't it, as well? People are saying in the chat it was Dortmund, although Josh says Arsenal. But he then says Arsenal for every answer as well. It'll be, what did you have for breakfast? He'll just go Arsenal. And I'll go, I don't know what you're really talking about there, Josh. So he kind of just, typical Arsenal fan, thinks it's the centre of the universe as well. Did you know, actually, an interesting one, in the Invincible season for Arsenal, in the totality of that season, they actually lost more games than Manchester United did in the entirety of the 1999 season as well, in all competitions. Just think about that one as well. Very interesting. Now, when talking about Rasmus Højlund as well, Erik ten Hag said, we were happy to bring Rasmus Højlund in because if I saw the striker options and the available striker options, there was really a shortage on good options. So we were very happy to sign Rasmus Højlund. That is a player to the level of Manchester United. He also then continued by talking about him saying he was lately very important, but main man, I don't see it that way. Because I think especially Garnacho is playing very strong in the last games. I do want to sort of talk about that because that was something that was brought up in the press conference yesterday. Once the news came out about Rasmus Højlund being out injured, I did see not an overreaction because rightfully so, people were really disappointed and like, damn, he was in so great form, he was scoring goals. This is a massive blow for us. But I think the reaction of, that's it, our season's over, we're screwed, we're not going to win any more games, I think that's maybe a smidge too far, shall we say. I think that if you look at for today's game, for example, you've got Fulham, and this is probably going to be clipped and come back to firmly bite me in the arse, but you've got Fulham side, they've won one game away from home all season. That was the first game of the season. They haven't won at Old Trafford since 2003. I remember that game quite vividly as well. It was 3-1. Inamoto scored for Fulham. Their record at Old Trafford isn't very good. Their record away from home isn't very good. Are we missing big players? Yes, we're missing one of the most informed strikers in the league. No doubt about that. But it's not an excuse not to win today. And as Erik ten Hag does point out, other players have started scoring recently as well. Garnacho has been scoring goals too. Today's the day for Rashford to step up. I don't know if he will. Today's the day for Bruno Fernandes to step up as well. Siren number 2, I believe that is, of the stream as well. But my hope is that there's maybe a chance that he could be back for the Manchester derby next week. I know they said 2 to 3 weeks, but I'm still believing. I'm still holding on. I'm still holding on that there's a possibility that he could maybe be back. Now, when talking about the goal-scoring threat, like I just mentioned, Erik ten Hag said, lately, in our last games, that front line is an absolute threat. They score. Is it Rasmus Højlund only? No. It's Garnacho. It's also Rashford. In this moment, they are in very good form and a threat continually. I am quite confident that even when Rasmus Højlund is not there, it will go on. So Erik ten Hag is saying that Despite Højlund not being available today and maybe for the next couple of weeks, Manchester United will continue to score goals. He's very confident of that. Continuing to talk about the front line, he says, we can line up in a front line which is really strong. I don't think there is a front line where the opponent thinks, that is easy. No, they will fear our front line, I am sure. And also said, this was an interesting one actually. Let's finish off on this because style of play, which I know people love to bring up. Love to bring up. Style of play. He said, the club dictates the style, so you have to get an agreement about that. It is how I work now. So how we want to play, that is given by the leaders of this club. They, Ineos, want to play proactive, dynamic, attacking football, which during my time here, we always tried to do. Now, I know people will be watching this and say, no, we didn't. No, they didn't. Erik ten Hag doesn't play proactive, dynamic, attacking football. It's going to be very interesting to see if the style does change based on pressure by Ineos. It's going to be interesting to see if Ineos hold that against him, by saying, you haven't been playing attractive football. You haven't been playing nice football. So it needs to improve. It needs to change. But Erik ten Hag says that we've been playing proactive, dynamic, attacking football, or at least tried to, certainly. I still have of the mindset that Erik ten Hag's got to be in the mode at the moment where it's like, you've got to win games. You've just got to win games. Got to win games. And look, there's an argument to be said. In recent weeks, as he points out, we've scored a lot of goals. We have scored goals. We have created chances. You look at, that's what I kind of pushed back a bit with the Luton stuff last week because people acted like we shouldn't have won that game 4 or 5-1. We had serious chances in that game. I mean, gilt edge, round the goalkeeper chances. Bruno, Garnacho. Bruno also dragged one wide. So there's an argument that game could have scored 5 goals. Played West Ham, scored 3 goals. Villa Park, away from home. I don't think anyone expects you to go there and score 4, score 5. So I suppose it depends. What is your definition of dynamic, attacking, proactive football? Is it scoring goals? Is it being possession based? Because I do think that people get a bit over focused on possession football. We've lived through possession football with Louis van Gaal of being the side with the most possession in the league. And then we also lived through having some of the least amount of goals in the league during those seasons as well, having the most backward passes in the league as well. Sometimes it's not about possession, it's about what you do with it as well. It's about, are you, as he says, are you proactive? Are you on the forward foot too? So that's going to be, I'm curious to say the least to see how Ineos hold that up against Erik ten Hag and what their definition of attacking proactive football is. Is their definition what it kind of feels like most teams are nowadays, which is you've got to have the ball, you've got to have high possession, or do they mean proactive, dynamic football whereby you get up the pitch as quickly as you can and you score as many goals as you can as well? So I think that's certainly a curious one too. We've got nearly 900 people watching. We've got 233 likes. Exactly 233 likes. Let's see if we can get it up to 400, 500 as well. We're just over 15 minutes away from team news coming out as well. So once team news comes out, certainly we'll be bringing that to you too. Let's see what people in the chat are saying as well. Let me go to actually the super chats here before I forget. There's so much going on here in the chat. Prod by Palmeiras has been a member for 16 months. Yeah, I saw the badge. Palmeiras sent a new member. I know he's a long-time supporter. Appreciate 16 months of support. Appreciate all of the members' support as well. Says, my new bank ruined my re-up. Disgrace! Big up the community. Feeling positive even though the Højlund injury is sad news. Glory, glory, United view. 3-1 United. Do you agree with Palmeiras' prediction there? I've also gone with the 3-1. I do think we'll probably concede today, but I think I'm going to go with the 3-1 as well. So big up to you, Palmeiras. Havish says, did you hear how rude the journos were to Erik ten Hag? I mean, journalists, there's been a lot of talk, hasn't there, actually, about journos and about the relationship between journalists and managers. There was the thing with Pep Guardiola wasn't there talking about being a manager and being a journalist and what have you. I understand that journalists have a job to do, but the idea that sort of the Manchester United press pool can be kind to people is just non-existent. They're not. you have to be so careful, so careful what you say around them, what you say in press conferences. And I do empathize with managers where English isn't their first language talking in that room of people, because if you have some kind of slip up, if you have some kind of misstep of what you say or misinterpretation of what you say as well, they will jump all over you. They will twist your words. They will, sometimes just say things that outwardly aren't true, dressing room sources, and it spirals out into something that it's not as well. And sometimes they'll go in to a press conference with a story in their head that they want to tell, and it's about how do I get the manager or how do I get the person to say the words that I want them to say to do this story that I want to do. It's an incredibly delicate situation for managers, and that's not just Manchester United, but United. It's on another level, on an absolute another level, because we've seen this season, Manchester United manager can say something and it can cause fractious relationships with people, and with other managers they can say similar things and it doesn't even get into any article. They just move on, no bother. But with United, it's on another level. So it's kind of crazy stuff, absolutely. What else are people saying here in the chat at the moment? Tabrez says, we have a decent run-in, to be fair. We can even beat City next week too. They've been below par recently. SLD says they ask the stranger questions sometimes, referring to the journalists. Nazaman says desperately want a story out of nothing. MA says, if we can get to within 10 points of the leading pack with 10 games to go, I'm fully backing a title charge. Does that mean we'll win it? No, but I'm backing this team always for title charge. Title charge. Oof, my goodness me. my goodness. Splashnet also says it's a skill when coaches can navigate the press. It absolutely is. I think that's one of the things that Sir Alex Ferguson maybe doesn't get spoken about enough, is his ability to maneuver and his ability to manage the press. I mean, towards the end of his career, he really left sort of the day-to-day coaching to his backroom staff. Obviously picked the team, oversaw things, but a big chunk of his job was managing the press, absolutely managing it. And I still think that's something that Erik ten Hag is learning about, certainly now. 30 minutes to go until kickoff. I keep saying that, until team news keeps coming out. Should we have a bit of a chat about Rasmus Højlund? Let's do that. So obviously with Rasmus Højlund, if you didn't see this yesterday, this was the news regarding Højlund and his injury. Manchester United released a statement saying Rasmus Højlund will miss Manchester United's Premier League game against Fulham on Saturday due to a muscle injury. It is expected to keep him out for 2 to 3 weeks. We then actually got a quote from Erik ten Hag in the press conference talking about Højlund's injury. He says, a small injury, 2 or 3 weeks. It's the risk playing high intensity, but it's not a big injury, but he has to wait for 2 or 3 weeks. He did actually say 1, 2 or 3 weeks. And again, my hope is maybe that he could possibly be back for the Manchester derby. I don't know. I don't want to risk him either. Don't want to risk him at all. Let's go to actually what Flex said on his road trip as well, because he spoke about the Højlund injury. Really, first time he's spoken about it. Let's see what Flex had to say about the injury and how United could prepare for the match today.
This Rasmus Højlund thing is a big problem. It's a big problem, and I've seen us online, a lot of people online saying season over, no top 4, definitely can't win the FA Cup now. It's all over. Do you know what I mean? Who's going to score? That means Rashford back up front, Garnacho back to the left, Anthony to the right, etc. Then there was sort of people discussing online, would you take Scott McTominay through the middle or false 9? Then online, depending where you're reading, Amari Forson is maybe set for a debut up front, which nobody really saw that coming. And that would keep Garnacho and Rashford in their favoured positions. And that would say a lot for Anthony. I will say I was at team training yesterday. And it was a bit weird because all the players, pretty much most of the players, apart from a few that I was in my head, I was like, oh, where's so-and-so? Where's this person? Where's that person? And Rasmus, and they came over to sort of greet the people that I went to Karen with yesterday. And he wasn't there. Rasmus wasn't there. And I'm like, He's a big fan favourite. I think he'd be at something like this. And I remember thinking, that's a bit weird. And then on the way back on the train, I saw that, you know, the news came out, and it's like, it's such a big miss for us. Like, we just can't catch a break, guys. We just can't catch a break. Like, please, just give us a break. Are we cursed? Are we cursed? Like, I've been a big voice this season of like, not trying to over moan about the injuries, because there's been a lot of other teams like this year. It's like no other. It's like after the World Cup when some people like to start dropping like flies because, you know, there was just so much wrong after the World Cup with players being tired and this, that and the other. And it feels like that, but worse. Like, there's been so many injuries, but us is like, you know, you don't want to like play the full victim and be like, no, but ours have been worse than anyone else. I swear to you, I feel like it has. I feel like we've been hit the worst. I'm just going to say it now. Like, our guy who finally gets going, he's got 7 and 6. Do you know what I mean? 6 and 6. Then he hits a brace last game. And it's like, you know, he's in great form. He's waiting for this. Now he's out for 2 to 3 weeks. And it's just like, fuck it. Give us a break, man. Give us a break. And also, you don't want to be pessimistic in these moments of when you're in positive moments. But this is why. This is why when we've been playing all right, and up until Luke Shaw got the first injury against Villa, we're like, oh, we're just one injury away, though, from something bad happening. You know, Leacher, out for ages, comes back, has to come out, then comes back in again, finished for the rest of the season, pretty much. Luke Shaw finally gets back, has to come out for a little bit, has a week off, says he's fine to start against Luton, has to come off before half-time, out for the rest of the season, pretty much. And you're like, I don't want to swear this early, but you're like, come on, man, give us a break. Then you're like, Rasmus in hot form, and then you're like, he's our only striker. Like, Luke Shaw's our only left back right now. You go, fuck's sake, he's out. Like, it's just one thing after another, and it's so frustrating. And that is where, regardless of what you think about the manager and what should happen and stuff like that, you cannot overlook that this season. You can't. But you know what? Call me silly and this, where the goal's gonna come from, Flex. What we're gonna do? I'm actually going to remain positive. I don't know if it's because it's a gym thing or whatever. I'm just going to back the boys to find a way. I might be doing that stupidly because I shouldn't, because flipping, you know, these are big injuries. You know, Luke Shaw, Martinez, and now flipping Rasmus, our only out and out goal scorer up front, our only number 9. That's probably the biggest one out of all of them. But you know what? If it is going to be young Amari Forson who's going to come in, let's just, which we will, let's get behind him and believe that he can do it, man. Do you know what I mean? I really hope the kid does. It wasn't something that I was thinking about. I was thinking it's Rashi back to up front, Garnacho back to left, and Anthony to the right. And even if it's that, which it really could be, even if it's that, like, bro, like, what can we do? We just got to get behind it. Yes, Anthony's been shit. He's been dead. But if he comes in, we have to just try and hope for a ting, as they say. You know what I'm saying? You just have to try and hope for something, because if we're just pessimistic and negative, then we're just beat before we even played Fulham at home. So it's the Lindelof left back situation. It's the Rasmus Højlund up front situation. I didn't see Johnny Evans yesterday as well, unless there were pictures. He didn't come over, but I don't know. That's another one. I don't know, man. I just want to try and stay positive in it. I do, but I get it. It's like when you see someone like Rasmus pop down, and you knew the weight of shoulders that's on this kid. It's like, we need him to just do everything. We need him to score the goals, stay fit, play like 90 minutes every game, which he struggled to do that. He kind of comes off like, because he runs so hard and he plays so intensely, he usually comes off like mid to late 80th minute. And like, yeah, you just want us to have a break. But you listen, it can give us problems, but I'm not going to get into the mindset of, who's going to score us a goal now? I don't know if we could beat Fulham. You know, listen, we can absolutely beat Fulham.
Big up to Flex and the road trip as well. You can check out the full road trip on the channel, certainly. People kept saying in the chat, now I can't unsee it, that Flex looks massive. Because the coat, the way he's sitting and the coat's like out this big, he looks huge. As well. You know when someone says something and then you can't unsee it? I was like, oh, damn. Now I can't unsee that he looks massive. So big up to Flex. That was his thoughts as well. As I mentioned, once team news comes out, we'll see if we can get Flex on the phone, maybe get his view as well, certainly too. What else in the chat saying? Big up to Rich is in the chat saying, I very excite. We got a win. Big up to Rich as well. I think he's finally over Nigerian AFCON. Doesn't like it when I keep bringing it up, but I think he's okay now. Pod by Palmeiras says, Forsen starts. Apparently, yes, team news is already kind of leaking out. Once we get official confirmation, in about 6 minutes or so, we'll be going through the team news as well. But it does look like that kind of predicted 11, which you'll see on the screen shortly on the sidebar, looks to be pretty right. It's just a case of, and I guess we're not going to know until the game actually kicks off as to what positions that front three are going to be in. But it looks like that front three is going to be Forsen, Rashford and Garnacho. Whether that's Amari Forsen playing through the middle and both wingers keep their positions of Garnacho on the right and Rashford on the left, whether it's the one you can see right there, which is Forsen on the right, Rashford through the middle. I mean, what do you guys think that is going to be, actually? I mean, you could let me know in the chat. I just think it's unlikely that Forsen will play through the middle. I know that he has come on for Højlund before, and I know that Ten Hag did say in the press conference that Forsen could do it, but would he do that, or is Erik Ten Hag happy with the balance? Is he happy with the balance on either side? So because of that, he's like, I'm not going to change the balance on either side. I want to keep them as they are, and we'll create chances for Amari Forsen. Or, I suppose, why am I thinking so rigidly as well? Why does it have to be that that's their positions and they stick there? It could be Amari Forsen starting through the middle in the game, but at certain points they say, right, Rashford, you swap, you go into there. Now you go to the right, or Garnacho goes over to the right hand side, and Forsen goes to left. I mean, shouldn't that be the point? Is that it's quite fluid actually as well? So yeah, let me know what you think about that as well. Let's have a look actually. Steve-O says Cobby is going to run this game. Alk says Rashford will start up front and they will rotate. I kind of agree with that. I think that might be the case, possibly. What else are people saying here as well? Yank Man United says really want Bruno to get a goal so he goes into the City game with better form / mindset. Yeah, we're going to be talking about the players individually much more once the team news comes out as well. Kisp VP says, based on leaked training yesterday, Forsen was playing as a striker in training. That was something that Laurie Whitwell said as well, which I said I do want to absolutely bring up when it comes to the team news, certainly as well. What else are people saying here at the moment too? Jonathan says, Rashford, Bruno and Garnacho shooting from anywhere. This is going to be beautiful football again, with the crying laughter emoji as well. Red Barrow with the super chat says, Forsen is a Hearthstone streamer on Twitch, ? I mean, that's right over my head, so I don't know. Is that a game? I mean, who even knows? Who even knows? I don't know. No, I'm not sure. Tabrez says, Splashnet has a point. We're way too easy to play against. What else have we got here? Prod by Palmeiras says, Ahmad has missed 27 games from injury. Why are people twerking for him? He's obviously not entirely fit. The Ahmad thing is interesting, isn't it? And we will talk about that in a bit. But the Ahmad thing, I've got to move that actually. Usually this is in the middle. That's in the middle because there's two of us. I've got to move that. Let's move the KG-ness to there. There you go. Yeah, the Ahmad stuff. I was surprised when the news came out yesterday that it was most likely going to be Forsen starting over Ahmad. Not totally, though, because Forsen's actually featured more than Ahmad has, hasn't he? Which is not a lot, I know, but he technically has, we think, to the Wolves game. So I suppose maybe we shouldn't be totally shocked by that. It did say, didn't it, in the tweet from, I think is it Academy Scoop? Is that the account that broke the story yesterday about Forsen starting for United? That it wasn't a case of Ahmad's quality or effort in training or anything like that. It was more a case of Erik Ten Hag really likes Amari Forsen. He thinks he's got a lot of talent. He thinks he's really talented, so he's going to give him a go in these games. I don't know. I would have liked from the beginning of the season that Ahmad went out on loan. I think he should have gone out on loan. Had he not got injured, I think he probably would have. Come January, maybe they thought he'd just come back from the injury. He wasn't totally ready as well. I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know with that situation. But I do think it's quite curious that people are screaming to play youngsters, and then when a youngster is played, it's not the right one for them either. No, I'm not happy with that. I'm not happy with that youngster as well. So I think with Ahmad, if he doesn't go out on loan next season, I mean, I don't know. He might look. It might just be best for him just to go because maybe the manager doesn't rate him. I'm not sure. I don't know with that. Red Baron with a super chat says he's a good player at Hearthstone. Let's see if he can use that ability in football, tactical aptitude, and all of that. Yes. What else are people saying here? Splashnet says he's got to leave though. Ahmad ain't really a youngster anymore. He's 22 now. Orca says one youngster costs 40 million as well. Yeah. And CH says Ahmad is so average. Why are people twerking? So it does kind of divide opinion, certainly, doesn't it? Right, let's go to the highlights of the match view last week. And then when we come back, we'll have all of the team news from you for both Manchester United and Fulham.
Casemiro being back here is...
Come on then, make it count. Make it count, no. My G. Let's go. That is big. That is big. Do you understand?
666.
Let's go.
666. You get the blessing.
Not messing about.
Christmas Highlands.
Listen. Make it count.
Early.
You know what this time from?
First
Casemiro,
minute.
a big boot. Look, big boot. We just chased it down.
Casemiro said anywhere.
Chase it down. Chase it down. Look at that.
Well, look at this.
That's Mengi that looks
Rasmus.
Ooh, that's nerves, bro.
onto it.
It's
I'm
too
glad
early.
you just finish it,
No,
bro.
but it's too early for that to be your first touch, though.
Yeah.
You don't want that as your
Nerves.
first touch.
That's nerves.
You don't want that as your first
That
touch.
wasn't Mendy.
Mengi got caught.
No, it's not Mendy.
It's not Mengi, bro. Don't put the Mengi tax on him, fam.
It was Mengi. It is Mengi.
Wait, is it?
I don't think it is. Mendy's got raised.
No, it's not Mengi. It's not Mengi.
But listen, I'm glad he just finished it. Do you know what I'm saying? We've been in this position before and striker will squander it. Good finish.
I thought he was going to go for the dinks.
Confidence high. I told you 3-0.
Come on! Youngest player! Who is that? That's the guy.
3-0, man.
That's the guy. Rismas Highland. Man,
Remember the
the
reason you got
Rismas.
that early in who? I don't know.
What?
3-0.
No, don't do that.
Hey, what? I ain't said nothing.
Boy, the people were hating on him as he still got to score a few more goals because someone told me he has to score 18. How many goals did they say they wanted to score? A mad number, 15. Wait, no fouls?
Stats.
All right, cool.
1-0 already, 37 seconds. That's quick.
Another goal.
Woo! Oh, he's gone in! What, he's gone in?
Shut up.
He's gone in. No. Wait, who was it? Wait, 6 minutes are gone and we're winning 2-0.
I think it's Rasmus. No,
It was a deflection.
Is it Rasmus?
Garnacho's shot, but I don't know
Who owns it?
2-0 anyway.
I don't care.
But that
Who
don't
owns
make
it?
sense.
Who's going to take
Who
it?
Who's our
owns it?
team?
No, but wait. Are they going to go to... What happened, though?
It's probably
We
Kemma
take it.
Foylan.
We take it.
Ball in. Set piece.
I think it came a Foylan still.
Oh, my brother.
But yeah, he's
onside?
onside. He's
Onside?
onside. He's onside. Oh, he's checked.
Oh,
What, hat trick? He's getting a hat trick. He's gonna get a hat trick.
He what he did.
Nah, that was hard. That was got it. For the camera. Is the camera on you? The camera's not on you, man. Oh, that was nice.
Hey, tell me about this youth, fam. Come on.
That was good.
Hey, I love it because certain men have to change what they've said, bro.
I talk nice.
Certain men have to
Hat-trick,
talk
bro.
nice. Certain
But
men
guys,
have to-
the big thing is 2-0 in 7 minutes. When did we ever do that?
Today.
Today.
You know that when I said calm down, don't need to calm down.
Don't
Nah,
slow
bro.
down.
I said 3-0, but I might have to change my own.
Yeah, I said
my
3-1.
opinion. Nah, we're not conceding.
No, these men are saying what?
You do know
Sorry.
Arsenal this season went there 4-3 last minute. Liverpool been there, see, been
Wait,
there.
we
all
have to do our
struggle.
job though. It's not for everyone though.
Nah, it's not for everyone, bruv.
Now, I will say this though. You see right now, yeah, when you're in...
Look at this.
Don't get me mad.
I love it.
Overlap where it might be...
Hold on.
You might have
What's our
done too
defense
much.
saying?
Hold on.
You might have done too much getting forward.
Hello? This one, we got it.
The
we got
cutback
it.
I want a
one.
clean sheet. You know Chong wants to score. Oh, that's poo. That is poo. What was Anana doing? I'm not gonna
What's
lie.
our keeper doing that? That's mad.
What was Anana doing, bro? We don't want to give these guys
mad.
any hope. That was a bit pants.
Yeah, but we left our defence very exposed though in the transition.
Nah, it should have been able to deal with that.
We should have.
Should have been able to
Should
do
have.
that.
Yes,
I want to
it's
look at it
2-1.
again.
Okay,
I want to look at it again.
We've got enough players back. Should be able to
Last
do
week he
that.
had the game of his life. Let's just look at see what happened.
Turn, he's always
This
gonna
is their
shoot. He
first
wants
real
to go.
attack. He comes off his line. Oh.
Nana was just like
Hey guys.
doing some star jump.
Hey. You look. This is what I'm saying, bro. Hey. It's very frustrating. Let's do game management right now. We don't have to play this ball.
Yeah,
in there.
Amrabat's holding it up.
He's not gonna cross
We
it.
that's
don't
what
have to
Amrabat-
cross in
He
there.
ain't gonna cross
Yeah,
it.
Amrabat's
Just
gonna
look
hold up.
after it. Look after it.
It's a mad tick, man.
Oh, Bruno, well done. No.
That's what he didn't need to do, and I don't know why he did.
I have a question for after the game.
No, I can't believe you done that. I can't believe you done that, Bruno.
Keep it in that corner.
I can't believe you done that, Bruno. Why? Bruno, that's out of order. That's out of order. That's out of order.
Jesus, I went to church today, you know.
That's a ball.
Oh my God.
Hit the bar.
It's cool. We'll get through this game.
We'll get through it now. Do you know what I mean?
Got up early.
Away.
Wait. Yeah, he's blown it.
Come on!
Yes! Now we'll talk. Now we'll talk. But we got through it,
Oh, man.
bro. They made
hard.
They made some tactical solutions. They weren't that great. We got to talk. But we got 3 points.
We got 3 points.
Man, then we got the 3 points.
And
that's all
really
right.
yeah?
It wasn't.
We got the 3 points. You, man, in the last minute of extra time, 4-3.
Right, we are back and the team news is in. It's, as I mentioned, the team news that we kind of expected it to be. How does everybody feel reliving that as well? Reliving all of that over again. I forgot about the Bruno stuff. I forgot about the Bruno Fernandes stuff last week. Oh my goodness me. What a... Ugh. And then them hitting the bar as well. That's nuts. But anyway, the team news once again. Andre Onana in goal. Diogo Dalot at right back. Rafael Varane and Harry Maguire are the combination in terms of the centre-backs. Victor Lindelof, as expected, is at left back. When it comes to the midfield, that's what we did expect. It was Kobbie Mainoo, Casemiro, Bruno Fernandes. When it comes to the front three, look, we'll have to wait and see what combination it is. It could be this that we see on the screen right now, which is Garnacho on the right, Rashford on the left, and then Amari Forson through the middle. It could be Marcus Rashford through the middle. It could be Amari Forson on the right, Garnacho on the left. It could be very fluid, but that is what the starting 11 is. In terms of the bench, we have Bayindir, Evans, Kambuala, Ahmad, Amrabat. Collier is on the bench, which was something that people were talking about on social media as well. Eriksen, McTominay, and Anthony. Let me know your thoughts about that in terms of the starting 11. I mean, I can't say I'm too surprised. I mean, it was basically the predicted starting 11, so I think everyone knew. And maybe that says a lot about the options that we have or we don't have, rather. You know, that we knew it was going to be Lindelof in terms of being the left back. Who else was it going to be? I suppose there were people sort of suggesting maybe it would be a thing where Dalot gets moved to right back and maybe left back rather, and Kambuala could play at right back, something like that. But he's gone with Lindelof, who has played left back in recent weeks. Midfield, as I mentioned, picks itself. And the front three, once the news came out that Amari Forson was going to be playing yesterday, I mean, the idea that Ahmad could possibly start over Forson kind of drifted away very, very quickly, didn't it? So I think that I'm not too shocked when it comes to that starting 11. In terms of options off the bench as well, I mean, you're looking at, in terms of people that could change the game, McTominay, obviously, because McTominay has got goals this season. He's still our joint top goal scorer, along with Rasmus Højlund. Anthony hasn't really been picked. I mean, it'll be interesting to see if Eriksen comes on, because given that it's at home, given that probably Fulham aren't going to be pressing us as much, maybe it is a game for Eriksen. People have been saying in recent weeks, haven't they, that Eriksen's not been brought on because he doesn't have the legs. So maybe today's a game for him. But that is indeed the starting 11. As far as the starting 11 for our opponents, Fulham, we can get that up on the screen as well. Quite a few changes for them. They've got Leno, Castagna, Tosin, Bassi, Robinson. They've got Reed and Lukic. They've got Andreas Pereira, who's coming back to Old Trafford as well. You've got Wilson, Anawobi, and Muniz up front. They've got quite a few missing players today. Quite a few missing players. They've got the likes of Willian missing. They've got the likes of Paulinho missing. They've got Raul Jimenez missing out as well. So It's a very weakened Fulham side that aren't very good on the road either. So realistically, from my point of view, there is no excuse whatsoever not to be beating this Fulham side today. And I know that could be said, oh, and you're being really overconfident. You're being very arrogant with that. I know it's not our strongest team. I know we've got players missing. But this team here on the screen has more than enough to be beating a Fulham side that don't travel well and they're missing their best players. I mean, talk about injuries. We're talking about injuries and suspension. We've got players, they've got a lot of players missing. Their biggest and best players missing. And I know people can say, oh, Willian Wash, but for Fulham, he does well. Paulinho, he's one of the best midfielders in the Premier League at what he does. I think doesn't he have the record for the most tackles as well? So, or something like that, something along those lines. So there is no excuse at all for Manchester United not to be beating that Fulham side today. Once again, we can get it up on the screen right there. It's Castagna, Tosin, Bassi, Robinson. They've made some changes to that back four as well. Reed and Lukic, which again, they've got players missing in midfield, particularly Paulinho, and they've also got Raul Jimenez missing, Willian missing. So, yeah, they've got a lot of players out. So, no excuse for Manchester United. No excuse not to get the job done. Yes, we are missing a player that's been in fantastic form recently. Yes, we don't have any left-backs available, but there's still no reason for that. In terms of sort of worrisome moments, you could look at it and say maybe Iwobi might start on the other side and go at Victor Lindelof. They'll probably pinpoint him as a point of vulnerability, you would maybe think as well. So that might be something that Fulham look at. But there is no reason, no excuse for me not to beat this Fulham side. The only problem that United might have, and I kind of expect this from Fulham, to be honest with you, is to really back off, really sit back, trying to hit us on the break. And look, we are very vulnerable in transition. When we lose the ball and they go up the other end of the pitch. We know the gaps are there in midfield. So it's also about for us today to make sure we manage the game properly. But those are the starting 11s for United. We'll get United back on the screen, United and Fulham there. In terms of the poll, which has been up for ages now, we've had, by the way, now some would say this is, a giant disgrace. Depends how you view it. The poll's been up for a while. We've got over 1,200 votes. 1,200 votes in the poll. If you're going to compare that to likes, we have 325 likes. Something is not computing, folks. We can get the likes up. Absolutely, we can get the likes up to at least 400, at least 500. So if you haven't already, click that like button and be sure to subscribe as well. Bottom right hand corner, you know what to do. In terms of the poll and in terms of people's predictions, the majority are saying they expect a Manchester United win today. 83% of you are predicting a United win. Only 10 are saying a draw, and even less, 7% are saying you expect Fulham to get the W today at Old Trafford. And I would agree with the majority there. I do expect Manchester United to win this game as well. People are talking in the chat at the moment. Jan says, objectively, Owen, first of all, it says Owen, Jan. Objectively speaking, this is a very average team. Ineos has got a huge job to do. Well, it's a team that's certainly not our strongest team. No doubt about that. I mean, Victor Lindelof is barely a left back. You've also got no striker in the team. And we've also got our best centre-back not available in Lisandro Martinez. So absolutely, it's not our best team. Ineos has a huge job to do regardless. They're coming into a team that's not won a Premier League title in 11 years. They've been in and out of the Champions League like they've been doing the hokey-cokey for the best part of a decade as well. They've got the highest or one of the highest wage budgets in the league, and certainly that's not reflective upon performance. They've also got a sporting structure, a hierarchical structure at Manchester United, which isn't fit for purpose. They've also got a stadium that at this point is kind of 15 years or so out of date. As Sir Jim Ratcliffe said, it's a bit tired, and I think that's like saying someone in a coma is a little bit tired. So they've got a massive job to do regardless of this starting 11, I think, today, to be honest with you. They've got a lot to do with Manchester United. But I totally agree. And I do, like has been reported, I do expect a big overhaul when it comes to names in the summer, certainly. Let's talk about, I guess, the person that everyone's talking about, and that is Amari Forson. Let's talk about him, because I was doing kind of the look on him last night, because the expectation was once again that he was going to be starting. 19 years old, has made 3 appearances this season, 2 in the FA Cup, 1 in the Premier League. He's got an assist, but look at the bottom bit there. Minutes played, 6. 6 minutes played. That's all. In all comps, senior football, he's played 6 minutes for Manchester United this season. And actually 4 of them were when he came on against Wolves. That was the majority of it. The rest were 60-second cameos in the FA Cup, right? But he does have an assist to his name. He does have that assist that he got at Molineux. And as was broken, I suppose, by the likes of Laurie Whitwell and others, we can see it on the screen right there. Amari Forson is in frame. He has started for his first Manchester United start versus Fulham after the injury to Rasmus Højlund. Now, Laurie Whitwell said that training had featured Forson in a front three, including Marcus Rashford and Alejandro Garnacho. Shout out to Academy Scoop, because they were really early with breaking that story yesterday, as they've been several times actually. They were the first to break the story that Kobbie Mainoo would be getting his first Manchester United Premier League start against Everton way back when. Their sources are strong. So when they say that Amari Forson was going to be starting, you knew he is starting tomorrow. And indeed he is. As we've said, the question is where. The lineup is out. I think people are thinking it's probably going to be through the middle. It might be on the right. It might be on the left. But as we spoke about earlier on, what a fantastic story for him. Incredible story. From pre-season, where he got hooked off after a matter of minutes, because... if someone can let me know in the chat actually about that. I mean, I probably should Google it here. But someone let me know in the chat. What was the actual quote about as for Erik ten Hag's justification for taking him off, hooking him off in that game? Let me know, because I'd love to know exactly what the quote was. Now, Laurie Whitwell from The Athletic did write a big piece on Forson after it was essentially revealed that he was going to be starting today. Of course, Forson, as I mentioned, has appeared as a substitute for Erik ten Hag's side in the FA Cup victories against Wigan and Newport. As I said, only playing a couple of minutes. The biggest cameo he had this season was against Wolves, where he did provide that assist for Kobbie Mainoo's winning goal. This was only the second winning goal in Premier League history to be both scored and assisted by a teenager. After, this is a really fun stat actually. So if someone actually gets this right in the chat, then I'll be very, very impressed. As I mentioned, when he assisted Kobbie Mainoo, who also is a teenager, 18 years old, it was the second winning goal in Premier League history to both be scored and assisted by a teenager. Can you name the other goal and the 2 players that were involved in that? Let me know in the chat. Oh, they've already got it. I tell you what. Why do I doubt the UV community? I should never doubt it. EZ is absolutely right. It was Rooney and Ronaldo. Lots of people now are saying that in the chat. Yes, Rooney and Ronaldo at Manchester United. It was against Liverpool in 2005. Cristiano Ronaldo was 19 years old at the time and set up an 18-year-old Wayne Rooney to score for Manchester United against Liverpool 2005. That's a pretty cool stat, isn't it? That's not bad going. And it's pretty cool that they're both Manchester United goals. And that talks about the fabric, the DNA of the club, doesn't it? That they're giving youngsters a chance. If you're old enough, or if you're good enough, you're old enough. That's what it's all about. And I like that stat. And as AB says, Wayne Rooney did not look 18 at the time. No, Wayne Rooney, I mean, I remember watching not that long ago. I watched back United when they played Arsenal at Highbury and they won 4-2. John O'Shea, brilliant goal. It's the infamous tunnel game between Keane and Vieira. And you see Wayne Rooney squaring up to Patrick Vieira. I mean, I'm talking experienced Patrick Vieira at that point. And he doesn't give a shit. Like, not give a shit at all. And how old is he at the time? Again, like 18? He was a man he was a man by that point. No doubt. And, you look at Amari Forson today, look at the picture of him right there, 19 years old. We look at him as a kid. Wayne Rooney at that point was a man. And he did not care. His talent is so overlooked, I think, by people. You forget. Because he dropped off by the time he sort of got to 30. People forget he was playing when he was 16. He was absolutely running the Premier League when he was 16 years old. And was one of the best players in the Premier League by the time he was 18. That is crazy Crazy stuff. People forget that with Wayne Rooney. It's nuts. And if Wayne Rooney, to be honest, if Wayne Rooney, I say took better care of himself, but if Wayne Rooney was maybe the professional that like say Cristiano Ronaldo was in terms of maintenance and maintaining himself, he'd probably still be playing today. But that's not Wayne Rooney. Talk about a guy that's just pure talent, raw ability, and an incredible player. Absolutely incredible player. People kind of forget that as well. But I like that stat as well. Now, obviously, the controversy, I suppose, with this decision to start Fulham is that Erik ten Hag has decided to start him over established attacking options, Ahmad and Anthony. They're both on the bench today. In terms of a bit of a background on Amari Forson, Forson joined United in January 2019 from Tottenham Hotspur. He's risen through the ranks of the club's youth teams, featuring in the Under-18s FA Youth Cup winning team in 2022. Alongside current first-team stars in Kobbie Mainoo and Alejandro Garnacho. He's a versatile attacking player who's played primarily either as an attacking midfielder or a wide midfielder, rather, in United's youth teams. Replaced Højlund, though, in the victory at Wolves, so some are suggesting that possibly, again, he could be playing through the middle today. He featured in United's pre-season tour playing on the left wing against Leeds in Oslo before being taken on the club's tour of the United States, where he started against, it was Dortmund. Shout out to everyone that said that was a game against Dortmund. And he was substituted off, as I mentioned, in the 37th minute of that clash following a confrontation with opponent Karim how do you say that? I always butcher the pronunciation. Adeyemi? Adeyemi looks better to me. In which both players received yellow cards. He took exception to a challenge from Dortmund's Ryerson before he squared up to the player. The forward appeared frustrated with the decision, with Ten Hag saying the teenager must use his disappointment as a learning curve. Adeyemi. Big up Rich in the chat. Yes. It was better. The second one felt better, Splashnet. The second one was better. Ten Hag said after the match, we do have the quote here, what he said about Forson. When there is VAR, he gets sent off. He played a good game and the opponent gets annoyed of him, so that is a learning curve, but don't take it into your own hands. You can't be the judge. You have to play football. You have to beat your opponent. You have to net, and that is the best way to react. So I kind of, again, sort of forgot the circumstances a little bit about that. I kind of forgot about that it was about him squaring up to a player and Ten Hag wasn't happy with the discipline and said if it was VAR, he'd get sent off. He has to learn not to react to that. Hopefully, he's shown that growth since then. Hopefully, he's matured since then. Certainly so that Erik ten Hag has decided to start him in the Premier League game today at Old Trafford. And very exciting for him. MA says KG calls him Adiyams on FIFA. Excuse me, Fever. That's much better. Love Raid says, I'm getting palpitations knowing Lindelof is at left back. Diasha says, whereas Rasmus is injured, unfortunately. Injured with a muscle injury, expected to be out for a couple of weeks. Shall we try Flex on the phone? Shall we see if we can get Flex on the phone? Let's see if he answers. It might be too early for one Fleck, but we'll give it a go. We'll give it a go. Let's see if he answers. You never know.
Hello?
Fleck, you're live on your own channel.
Yes.
What do you make of the team news? As expected?
As expected. Shout out Amari Forson.
Yeah.
Shout out Erik ten Hag not having any favourites. You know, it's Anthony's birthday. Could have said, you know what? And if you a start, it's your birthday. We're down a player in the front line. But no, he's bringing in the 19-year-old kid for his first ever Premier League start. And you know what's weird? We said this, didn't we? As soon as Højlund got injured, let's be real, not many of us, and if he did, big up to you, but not many of us pivoted our mind to Amari Forson coming in, did we?
No.
We almost sort of, it was resided to the fact of, well, that means Garnacho back to the left, Rashford back up. Come in. Some people was trying to explore the McTominay situation. And from what I'm hearing here, Forson could still play on the left with Rashford through the middle.
I mean, I think there's a variety. There's a variety of different ways. You could have Forson through the middle. He did come on for Højlund against Wolves. You could have him on the right and have Rashford through the middle and Garnacho on the left. You could have but to be honest, then I was saying this during the build up here. I was saying that why does it have to be rigid? Why can't it be
100%?
They're moving throughout that whole game.
Exactly. So no, I'm looking forward to that. No, Lindelof at left back, which we thought. And right, I'm not going to lie, Dennis Irwin has just taken to the stage of the legendary Gary Pallister. So I'm going to have to go, or I'm going to be very rude.
Okay.
So I will call you back.
Yes, that's fine. Speak to you in a bit. Flex is very, very posh today. Yes, as he mentioned in the road trip, he's in hospitality. He's in hospitality today, so he is going to call us back. He's no longer on the phone. Actually, get rid of that. We can go back. There you go. That is the Manchester United starting 11 once again on the screen at the moment. Yes. How many likes are we currently at the moment? We are less than 100 away. Less than 100 away from 500 likes. If we can get to 500 before kickoff. We haven't even got half an hour. We've got over half an hour to go until kickoff. Kickoff's 3:00. It's currently 2:25 GMT at the moment. Get the likes in. Let's see if we can break a record. I tell you what, yeah. If we got to some kind of number today that hasn't been seen with the full panel, with even a multi-person thing here on the pre-match as well. Let's see if we can do it, and that we'll shove that up their asses. We'll go, there you go. Look what happened with us. Look with us together. Owen and the UV community, we did something that you couldn't even imagine. Yeah. So if you haven't already, click that like button. Yes. As Rich says, 500 for Forson. 500 for Forson, indeed. And as Flex mentioned, Anthony, is his birthday today. So I guess shout out to Anthony De Santos. But he's not starting on his birthday. Whether or not he'll get on the pitch on his birthday remains to be seen. That is one of the sort of weirder things. Have you seen like those like people when they do the rumours of he's got in his contract that he has to play on his birthday? Because imagine that was an actual thing in the negotiations of your contract. Going, this all looks good. Yep, my basic salary is this. Yep, I think yep, signing on fee, that looks good. Bonuses, yep, periods fee, goal fee, yep. Even if I'm on the bench, there's a bonus involved in that. Yeah. What about the birthday clause? Sorry, what? About the birthday clause. Should we get birthday clause in the contract? Sorry? When it's my birthday, I have to play. What if I don't want to play? Well, it's my birthday, so I've got to be on the pitch. And the worst that you'll think I'm being like facetious there, but legitimately, if Anthony started today, that would be a thing on social media. He's starting because it's his birthday. Got the birthday clause in. And it makes sense. It makes sense. It's got the birthday clause. It's in his contract. I have to play when it's my birthday. What are the chances that your birthday falls on a Saturday or a Sunday or a match day? Doesn't matter. In the event that it does, because you might look at it and go, well, actually, chances are it's not going to fall on that day, to be honest. So probably not going to happen. But hey, people still believe in the birthday clause. Havish says, food for thought, is this, I think it's meant to say it for Ahmad. Look, he might look at it and say, well, if I'm not going to start today, then I'm definitely not going to start at all, ever, moving forward. And he might be right. I think I wouldn't say it's totally it for him in the sense that it's, and there you go, look, there's Havish's super chat. If you can get your super chats in, stuff like that happens. Other stuff happens as well. I always forget that they're there. And I always go, oh yeah, I forgot about that. Is it for Ahmad? There are still games to go, aren't there? There is the game in the FA Cup in the week, and there is obviously the Manchester Derby next weekend. And yes, Forson is starting today. That doesn't necessarily mean that he's going to play well, does it? It doesn't mean that it's going to be a rip-roaring success for him. It might be 45 minutes in, and Erik ten Hag might be like, I've made a massive mistake. I've made an error. Ahmad, on you come. Now, if Anthony comes on and Ahmad doesn't get on the pitch, then maybe he might look at it going, I'm never going to play. But would I be surprised if Ahmad doesn't feature at all in the next 7 days? I think I would. I do expect him to be involved either today at some point, or if not today, in the FA Cup in midweek. I do think that. So Is it the end for him? I don't think so. If in the next 7 days he gets 0 minutes, then it might be like, there is no chance I'm going to get on at all, because this would have been the opportunity for me to get on, and it's just not going to happen. So I would say the next 7 days are going to be quite big for him, I think. What else are people saying here at the moment as well? United says Ahmad can get a lot of minutes today still. Let's wait and see. Pod by Palmera says being injured for 27 games is wild. That's more than half the season. If this was anyone else, the same fans twerking for him would be calling him injury prone. I do think when it comes to Ahmad that people have got a little bit obsessed, and we do this a lot, or we've done it quite a few times this season with players. Remember when it was Facundo? Remember when it was Amrabat? Remember it was whoever? We've done this a lot with, this guy needs to be playing. This guy, why? It's embarrassing. We did it, Donny van der Beek. Why is he not playing? This is a disgrace. And then when they do come on and they do play, they can never live up to the expectations that have been set about him. Never. And then it's like, actually, maybe he's okay. Maybe he's fine, but maybe he's not to the level that that we thought they were going to be. And again, this isn't new. We do this a lot. A lot. This happens all the time. And when they do get a game, it's suddenly like, oh, actually, maybe not that great. Maybe it's just a case of waiting for that opportunity to come. Maybe it's a case of trusting the manager's judgment when it comes to that. I've also, and when it gets silly for me, really silly, is when people are looking at 5-10 second clips on social media of a goal scored in training and going, see, this means he's better than everyone else. See, and you look at it and sort of go, well, probably a lot of players do that in training. And I would hazard a guess to suggest that the manager and the coaching staff see more than just that 5-10 second clip. Maybe they get to see the whole training session. Maybe they get to see everything. Maybe they also get the information from, the medical staff as well about, actually, we want to bring him back at this date. This was the injury. We want to make sure it's not too bad. Maybe he's privy to other details as well, much more than just 5-10 seconds. I think that we get carried away and we get so hyper-focused on these things. Remember when it was, there was that training drill, and it was like, we're rubbish because this training drill they didn't like. Now, to be fair, if you watch United pass the ball on the pitch, it's not great. But we do get hyper-focused. I say the collective Manchester United fans. We get hyper-focused on one player. This guy's going to be the saviour. Why is this guy not playing? Why is this guy not getting minutes? And then when they do come on, it's like, oh, not maybe that's why, but it's just more of a case of, oh. And with Ahmad, it is a bit different. It is a bit different to some of those other players that I've mentioned, because last season, he had a fantastic season at Sunderland. Brilliant. Young Player of the Year in the Championship. Absolutely proved he is better than that league. And I still think that people, though, pointing to that and saying that's the reason he should play for Manchester United, I think that's a big, big, big step. A really big step. Then, and on top of that, he's had an injury too. For me, it should have been, and had he not got injured, I would have wanted him to have a loan this season in either the Premier League or a top division league. Whether that's La Liga, whether that's going back to Serie A, whether that's whatever. That's what I think would have been best for him. Obviously, the injury put a stop to that. I had hoped that January would come and he would get that loan move. And when he didn't, I was under the assumption of, wow, maybe there are plans for him. I don't know if it was just a numbers thing. We need the numbers. But if they were desperate to get someone out on loan, I would have preferred that loan to be Ahmad over Facundo. If they just needed someone to be on the bench, then I would have preferred that to be Facundo over Ahmad, because I do think Ahmad's got more room for development, to be honest with you. So it's it is a curious one, but I do think that there is this sort of weird obsession, this weird, like, over the top. He is brilliant. He's going to be brilliant. We just can't see his talent. Atom K says, in which league is tougher, the Eredivisie or the Championship? Again, in regards to Anthony. Well, to be honest, the players that played in both of them ain't starting today. They're not. Anthony's not starting, and Ahmad's not starting either. So I don't even know if Erik ten Hag would be able to answer that question. You could point out that is that a good barometer, because at the same time, we've got players in our teams that have played in, let's say, the Eredivisie in terms of Lisandro Martinez, not obviously today, and he's one of our best players. He's our best centre-back as well. So, yeah, he's going with Amari Forson today. Actually, once again, if people are just joining us, we are, how many likes is that? That's 27 likes away from 500. So if you haven't already, click the like button. Over 1,000 people watching at the moment. So click the like button indeed. Once again, the team news, if you are just joining us, that is the Manchester United starting 11 right there. Andre Onana in goal. Diogo Dalot at right back. Rafael Varane and Harry Maguire as the centre-back partnership. Victor Lindelof, I guess not surprisingly, but maybe worryingly, plays at left back today. The midfield, Kobe Mainoo and Casemiro starting together, forming a bit of a partnership, although I suppose Casemiro did come off at half-time at Kenilworth Road after being on that booking and should have got sent off. Bruno Fernandes, of course, once again starts today for Manchester United. The captain needs a massive performance from him today because he was absolutely dog shits last week. And the front three is Garnacho, Rashford, Forson. In which combination remains to be seen. On the bench, we have Bayindir, Evans, Kambwala, Ahmad, Amrabat, Collier, of course, a youngster, another academy player on the bench, Ericsson, McTominay, and Anthony. By the way, it must be sort of stressed too, that front three, entirely made of academy players. How does everybody feel about that? I mean, if you look at academy players in that team, what's that, 4 in there? Kobe, Garnacho, Forson, Rashford. Pretty good going, isn't it, as well? Pretty good going. KG is a disgrace. He is an absolute disgrace, KG, okay? And I'll tell you why. Because this guy, I haven't been able to get a hold of him at all, for the last couple of days. What he says now, send me a link. I can stay for about 30 minutes. Now, I should send him the link just to cuss him out, to be honest with you. It'll be quite difficult actually because it's not set up that way. but I might send him the link just to cuss him out. I'll message him back and say it's the same link as normal. You're a disgrace, because he is a disgrace. Absolutely, he is a disgrace. Someone says Jedi Pyro. Call him and hang up. I've got half a mind to. Let me see if I can set this up. He is something else. I tell you. Right, that's there in case he does come in. Same link as normal. Honestly, KG the comedian. What a disgrace he is. What a disgrace. I knew he'd do this as well. I knew he'd do this. But that's Mr. the Comedian. That's what he does. Oh, now I've got to change that. I've got to move that to here. Got to do it like this. Move that to here. Move that there. Put myself here. Do that. Right, boom. Am I in? Right, I'm in there as well. Let's see if I move myself back to here. And I had double stuff going on there as well. What a disgrace. Right. This is what KG does. Again, there was some echo there because that's what KG does. Yeah. He is a disgrace. Absolute disgrace is what he is. And the best thing is, I bet he won't even shut up now as well. That's how much of a disgrace he is too. We shall see if he shows up. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. I bet he even won't. What else are people saying here in the chat at the moment here? As Josh says, absolute. Josh knows the full story. Yeah, Josh knows the full story as to how much of a disgrace he is. Just Ash says the cheek of it. About I can do 30 minutes. Honestly. Lucas Chan says, good morning to you. What else have people said here as well? Whilst we wait for KG, honestly. Pogba Perez says KG trolling from LA. That's different level of petty. Oh, you don't even know with this guy. You don't even know. Doesn't have the link. Different computer. Check your email. I'm glad people are seeing this. I'm glad people are seeing this because this is what it's like dealing with KG on a daily basis. Yeah, chaos, absolute chaos. Now I've got to find this thing again. Oh, honestly, this guy, and I'm thinking up. All right, I'll send him this link. There you go. Boom. Sent to him. Let's see if KG the comedian shows up. Yeah? Let's see if KG the comedian shows up. Disgrace. Absolute disgrace. Oh, where are we? Where are we? In terms of the... Actually, I'll say I've sent it to you. Sent it to you. We got over 500 likes, by the way, guys. I appreciate everyone that's got the like in. Email. This also sums up KG as well, right? So he went, send the link, bro. I can stay on for 30 minutes. I said, same link as normal. You're a disgrace. And said, don't have the link anymore, different computer. I said, sent it. He said, via email. Oh, honestly. And by this time, he'd probably show up and then go, I've got to go as well. Disgrace. Honestly, you are a disgrace. So incoming is KG the comedian. He is also. He can't even hear.
Hello?
KG.
Hi, mate.
You are a disgrace. Do you know that?
I know. I'm a total disgrace.
Admit to everyone what you've done.
Basically, no, I just felt like I was like, oh, my friend's here. I should say hi.
No, don't even start. Don't even start that. For people to let know what the actual plan was. Yeah, KG was meant to go out to LA, and then on Friday he was meant to sort of say, "Yeah, this is kind of my situation, my setup. I'm either in or I'm not in tomorrow." We sent him multiple messages. Just ghosted all of us. Just ghosted us.
No,
all.
I didn't do it on purpose. He did. You lot know. Basically, I've been like vibing and stuff, and I did drink a bit of alcohol at Rashford.
Yeah, and you know,
it's an eternal matter.
He just decided not to message us back. He just said, "I'm not going to message Owen. I'm not going to message Flex." You know,
sorry, Owen.
You know,
I've been I've been caught up in the experience. I could be in Belfast, but then I was like, "Oh man," and then I woke up and I was like, "Damn." And then it's really early right over here. And I thought, you know what? I'm watching the show and I'm like, I should really be there, innit? So then I called in. Hi, Owen. Good morning.
Disgraceful.
So
I sent him two messages yesterday as well. I sent him one. I haven't
got that, you know. I'm not gonna lie, I've only got the Flex one. I haven't got that.
Don't even like KG.
Honestly, I've only got, what do you call it? Yeah, I haven't got that. The voice note.
And a video.
Shit, that's bad. All right, fair dues. Sorry, mate.
And honestly, I was really nice in those messages as well. I said to KG, I was like, "Hope you're having a really good time there. I don't want to call you because I know you're busy and all that kind of stuff."
I just done a KG special.
Didn't respond.
Do you know what?
I
just done a KG special. You know, like I've got communication problems, but yeah, here now.
Yeah,
Are
the
we
chat.
going to be able to
The
get
chat
past
knows.
this?
Probably not. Probably not. The chat knows. The chat knows.
I got
Yeah.
communication issues. It's
Yeah.
it's well known with me and stuff, but yeah, let's talk about Man United.
Yeah.
I'm a
Yeah.
disgrace, though. I am
Yeah.
a disgrace.
He is.
It's getting well, though. It's getting good.
And legitimately, that it wasn't even a communication thing. It was the plan for him to say, "Hey, this is the situation."
Yeah, and I didn't think about it. I'm not
and he
gonna lie
just
to
didn't.
you.
And he just didn't.
I didn't think about it at all. Like I rashed the situation, and I should have known better. Yeah, apologies. And that's the plan from the beginning as well. Lol. Apologies. You
Disgrace.
forgive me now, Owen.
I'll get through it. I'll get through it.
Come on, Owen. Let's move on. We got so much to talk about.
I'll get through it.
Have
Have you seen the team, KG?
Yes, I have. I've been watching the
What are your
show.
thoughts?
I've been watching the show, and I was like, I should send them a link and say, I should send them a link
You
and say,
mean
hey,
you mean to tell me, yeah,
Yeah.
this whole time you've been watching?
absolutely. I just got up. My wife's still asleep. I got a bright light in the bedroom. It's like 7 o'clock. So she's gonna see me online. I'm losing all the way around anyway. She's like, "Babes, what are you doing?"
What do you
And
make of
today's
the
the
team?
day.
What do you make of the team?
The team's absolutely. I think it's awesome, to be honest. I can't believe this kid's playing. Forcing. I think he was in one of these YouTube teams back in the day. And then for his journey from what's that YouTube team called?
What, like
F-
hashtag United?
FC something. People would know about them. They had the goalkeeper that was on Soccer AM as
Oh,
well.
was that like was it the Dons or something like that?
Yeah, FC Dons. That's it.
Yeah.
He was from there, So his journey, like, think about it, playing for FC Dons. Now you're like starting for Man United. That's a bit of a thing of legend. Like, how have you been able to achieve something that mad? It's incredible. And to say that he's starting ahead of who is it? Anthony is insane as well. Like, I probably think that's the maddest thing, because Anthony's bought for all those millions. If there's not a sign that Anthony's not like lower down on the roster, there's no bigger sign than that.
In America for a couple of days start saying roster as well. You have changed.
Nah, it's literally, it is, yeah. Like we haven't caught up to the speed out here, to be honest. And like yesterday, even we were supposed to go for $1 million, yeah, we totally missed it. Like we're off pace, but it's all good. But yeah, I will say that, like, I think he'll get an assist today. I hope he plays down the middle, because I don't want to see Rashford in the 9 position, because he's just not good there. Yeah,
I think it'll be.
Rashford's
Will it not be a case of why is everyone fixed to certain roles? Will they not rotate throughout the game?
No, I think we've seen what Rashford does. Rashford, back against goal, he's just not that type of striker. Now, against Fulham, it can work, but I don't want the manager to get any confidence to think I can do this in other games, because we know Rashford doesn't want to put it about. You see what Rasmussen's doing? That's a big part of the way we play. Rashford's going to be that guy that he wants to, if the ball's up in the air, he's not going to challenge for it. He's not going to jump with his back to goal, try to chest it and bring other players in. He's the kind of player that wants to run onto things. So I can't see him expecting an effectiveness from Rashford in the 9 position, not happening. Keep him out on the left-hand side. If anyone switches positions, I don't know if it's a natural forcing. One thing for sure is these guys are probably going to pass less today. So you're going to see probably glimpses of the old selves where they're just like not helping out, not supporting. I think it's going to be one of them ones.
I think
so. Where there's going to be shooting on site.
Despite that, we're against a Fulham side that they're not very good on the road. They've only won 1 game since away from home since the start of the season, which was their first game of the season. And also, they've got a lot of players missing. It's not their best team at all. They've got Paulinho missing. They've got Willian missing. They got who else have they got missing? They've got Raul Jimenez missing. So a lot of their best players aren't available today. The only thing I think that could be a problem for us.
Though.
The only thing that could be Well, I was going to say that might mean that they just go, we're going total defensive football, park the bus and make it difficult. That might be what they do to United, but there's still no excuse for slipping up today. It's got to be 3 points, hasn't it?
It needs to be 3 points again. Other teams are playing today. You know, the rival. I think Villa are playing the same time as us, right? Villa going to play now.
There's quite a few 3 o'clock kickoffs today.
Yeah, so we need to win today. Don't know what's going to go. If we could get closer to Spurs, probably if we win this game, are we like joined with Spurs or something crazy, or we could?
Yeah, we'd be level. We'd be level with Spurs. But we'd be. I mean, if Villa slipped up, we'd be 2 behind Villa, I think. So it put ourselves in the conversation. And look, apart from the City game, 6 out of our next 7 games were all against teams in the bottom half of the league. So despite the injuries, got to take advantage of it.
It's just the Rasmus one it sucks. And I'm not going to lie to you. I was hoping that McTominay would be the guy on the pitch today. I was hoping he'll be the starter, just because why not see him in the 9? I'm really happy with the storyline of Forsen playing there and stuff, and youth talent, homegrown. And even when you're talking about, I forgot about that situation that happened at Dortmund. That's when I joined. I probably joined just after the Flex, after you spoke to Flex and stuff. And I started listening from then and stuff. And then he told that story about he got taken off in that Dortmund game.
Yeah,
got taken off in that Dortmund game. And I didn't think he'll be one of the players that would see this season. I thought it'd be another Dangar situation where he was there, but then showed glances of talent, but he's out. Now he's in, you know, and I really hope it does work. But I wanted to see McTominay in the 9 position. But at least we can say he's probably doing the thing that he's done before, where power off the bench. But now with the injuries, the bench is light. We got the most guys that can come on and have impact, and they're still behind. Sofian, when he came on in the last game, he's still off it. He's not sharp at all. Then there's other players that are like struggling for that sharpness as well. Like, let's say Ahmad hasn't played any football, so that could be a bit of a worry. There's nothing else on the bench, really. When you think about it, if the first 11 doesn't do it, you got Scott, and then
that's about it. That's about it. A couple of super chats here. Where are we at here? Red Baron says Forsen looks different when he plays Hearthstone. Habish says, we've done that one. 54 is this it for Ahmad. Danny DeVito says, KG, how's Leo and Margot doing? Hope that you're enjoying those Illuminati parties. Jeez.
I don't want to. Well, I was going to respond to that, but not the Illuminati part.
Yeah, no. Yeah. We'll leave that one as well.
Leave that little part out.
Yeah, goes to his next super chat though. Says also, what are you expecting of Bruno today? Assist, goal, or go completely missing?
He has to turn up. This is the game now with the players out. This is really the game to for a difference with these players. You have to see like an impact. Rashford and Bruno. I think by Bruno, the Man United fans, I think Bruno owes the Man United fans a big performance. It's been a while. There is this conversation of, is Bruno just fatigued? You know, because we've been having this conversation. Is he part of the problem? And for me, he just has not been dropped. He's played so much football. You know, it's weird because I was dreaming about this fixture, weirdly, and Mason Mount scored. And I was like, not happening. I knew that was a dream. Because it's like that guy is so far from playing. But he's a player that could have done with the likes of some energy and industry off the bench. People say Eriksen a lot, but Eriksen's not. When the ball does, we're a team that's weak in transition. When we do lose the ball, maybe because of Bruno mistake or whoever does the mistake, you need someone to just go in and fill in. You know, you need someone to turn up in that moment. And Eriksen just doesn't get back in the same way. So that's why, like, I can't wait to a stage when we have certain players back, when we can rest Bruno. Because I think that's what he's missing.
But today might be a day for Eriksen in the sense that Fulham, if they're going to get people behind the ball, it's not as if the midfield is going to be super overrun. So it might be the game for him today. I do think it is funny with Eriksen, isn't it? Because we do take it to an extreme where we say it like this guy can't run at all. You know what I mean? The only game he can play is walking football or anything like that. So he might be an option.
No, but for
who today, realistically? Because Bruno ain't getting subbed.
Well, Bruno would be the person. Bruno would be the person.
But he's not going to, though, is he?
Stranger things have happened, man. Again, no one would have thought this could happen to Anthony. Anthony didn't even think this could happen to him. He's behind academy starlet. You know, like that's unheard of. This is someone that said Ten Hag's got favorites and he's going to play certain players. He's always going to remember the Sancho argument that everyone had, and that's how funny how that's died down in it. Anyway, but there was that, what do you call it? There was that argument from before, and now you're seeing a kid he's basically worked hard, trained hard, got into the first team. That's really the message today. Really, work hard. You could play for the first team and enjoy your football.
Yeah, well, and I think also that's what I was kind of saying earlier on about Amari Forson and all that as well, which is despite Forson starting, that doesn't mean Ahmad doesn't get on the pitch today, because it might be a case of 45 minutes in, Ten Hag goes, actually, it's not really worked to start Forson. I'm gonna have to go with something else.
Damn, I'm trying to see the chat, but sorry about that. I was trying to get the comments so I can see what's actually going on. I'm not actually watching the stream. Sorry, it's the ads where you get into the thing.
A couple of super chats here. Amador, I definitely can't say that one. Red Baron, I'm not sure I can say either. They're really doubling down. They're really doubling down on the sort of Hollywood secret society joke. I don't think we can really.
Oh no, I'm not in that though. I'm not in one of those. No, they wouldn't let me in. Come on, I'd be a mess in there. Yeah. I'd tell all the secrets.
Well, and also as well, if he was in the Hollywood secret society, they'd ask him to show up for certain events. He'd say, "I'll definitely let you know," and then he wouldn't know. No, he'd totally miss him and go, "Yeah, no communications." I
totally miss it.
Exactly.
I totally miss it. Yeah.
Big up Rich in the chat says Erik ten Hag in pre-match has said that Forson deserves it based on his development so far, and was also decisive when he came on against Wolves, basically saying that he earned it as well, saying for that Wolves game. Do you know he's played 6 minutes this season, Forson?
That is mental. That is a mental stat. Like, that's absolutely insane. The fact of, and also must have been some important 6 minutes, because there's an assist in them 6 minutes. You know, like his what's he saying? Influence per minute or something. It must be the highest in the league.
What contribution?
Yeah. Contribution.
Bit like Martial last season. Could be something like that. Yeah. No, it's kind of crazy. He got 2 minutes in the FA Cup and 4 in the Premier League, and he's already got an assist. Not bad going.
He'll probably get another one today. Like, what's your prediction, and what do you think what the score's going to be?
My prediction is I've gone with 3-1. I'm going with game is about to kick off in 4 minutes, by the way, guys. So obviously we will have that.
Yeah.
You're not sticking around for the game, are you?
No, I can't. I literally there's a lot to do today. This is the day, really. This is what it's all about. Whilst I make sure that everything's sorted on my end. For you, how can they watch the ceremony, KG? On Netflix. It'll be like SAG Award Netflix. There's first like live stream. You know they're starting. Remember we was talking about this for WWE. Yeah. That's going to be the future. Yeah, so you can watch on Netflix. Be massive. It'll be, if you just type in SAG on Netflix, it'll come up. But yeah. So yeah, and they're all gonna. I have to like work on my facial expression when I do see people like Margot Robbie and stuff. That's gonna be like.
Well, you play it
and
cool.
Relaxed. And Scorsese and everyone's gonna be here. Like, that's mental, innit? So I'm gonna have to be like, the last time I lost my stuff, was when I met David Attenborough, innit? Like, I was gassed. That's the sound, that's the voice. That's the narration of my childhood.
You a big fan of Attenborough?
Yeah, of course. I was it was the first BAFTAs I ever went to, and I lost it.
Oh, really?
So this one, yeah, I was just a bit too like. I was just excited. Do you know what I mean? So now I'm hoping to, be a bit more like chill. Act like I've been there before.
A bit more. Wait, how many award things have you been to before?
Been to the BAFTAs. I've been to quite a few things, but this is probably the biggest. This is the biggest it gets. So this is so I will be seeing people that usually you're in rooms. Sometimes I'll start acting, you're in rooms with people and you're like, oh my goodness, like, but this is like next level stuff, innit? So yeah. Well, it'll be cool. I just kind of have fun.
Yeah. Well, you might have to pad for time for a little bit, KG, because my
That's
situation.
Fine. Let me talk to the people, man. Yeah. So while listen, community, this is the game, innit? This is the one that matters. Every game's a final. For me, scoreline, I'm going with a 3-1 Man United. I want to say 3-0 and just be more brave and that. But we just know that Lindy, there might be some issues on the left-hand side. Defensively, there might be a few issues. Onana's done some great quotes, but we don't know what that means in terms of, is he really like stable now, or is he going to have a moment in him? Is there a clanger still in him? We don't know. Again, it's a home fixture. I'm really hoping we cut these lot open, but Low Blocks struggled with that this season. It's gonna be tough, but the youngsters are in a fine vein of form. My goal scorers: Garnacho, Rashi, Bruno. Those are my scorers.
That's
today.
your prediction.
Yeah.
A couple of super
yeah.
chats here. KG, again, this recurrent thing with the Hollywood thing, I'm not sure I can touch. They're saying about partying with Diddy, KG. I don't think we can.
I will not be partying with Diddy.
No, exactly.
I'm here with my wife.
Exactly.
I'm here with my wife. I am not partying with Diddy.
Exactly. So big up, KG. Appreciate you jumping on. Final prediction
Sorry,
as well.
Owen.
It's
I'm a
fine.
disgrace.
You are a disgrace.
Thanks.
I'm not gonna lie. Like, we've got some issues to work through off screen, now, because I mean, guys, you don't even know the half of it. But yes, KG, all the best, legitimately all the best for this evening. Hope you do well. Hope you enjoy yourself as well.
Yeah. Hopefully we win. At the end of the day, like it's streaming, innit? You got here some random way. Like I used to make videos on YouTube, and now like I'm at the bloody Finger Award show. It's pretty brilliant. So here's what it is. Whatever happens, it's cool.
Exactly. Big up to KG. Appreciate him jumping on. Let's go to the match. Of course, we're about to start now, actually, as well. So I can take this off because KG is gone as well. Boom. I've got to make sure I get my timer ready as well. Where's the timer here? Boom. That's ready too. And I believe we are off. Yes, we are off indeed. Kickoff at Old Trafford has just commenced as well. Get your predictions in, as always. Get your thoughts in about the game too. Let's get this up here because, as I mentioned, my situation is doing a madness at the moment as well. An absolute madness, which is such a disgrace, but shouldn't be shocked because technology, guys, the problem is with technology is if you want it to work, it goes, I'm not going to work, which is kind of a disgrace. Boom. As well. Not now. Wow. This is not ideal at all, with all of these things not working at the same time. So we're kind of blind at the moment. So if anything happens, do let me know because everything's just not working, which is good. Always the way. Always the way. But once we're back, we will tell you that at least that timer is accurate at the moment. I think I'm caught up when it comes to super chats here at the moment. Yes, I am. I'm caught up with those super chats here. Let's just see if we can get this up and going, up and running. Because that's not good. Right, I have liftoff at last. Thank God. So here come Fulham. They just passed it back to their goalkeeper, Leno, in goal. That timer is pretty much spot on, pretty much accurate as well. So if you do want to sync up, you can do so using that timer as well. As Fulham are just passing it around the back there. Obviously, like I said, guys, with the 3 o'clock games, there'll be sort of different people on, different times and all that kind of stuff. So be cognizant of that in the chat. Try and sync up as best as you can. Iwobi tries to cross in, headed away. If you haven't already, by the way, guys, click the like button. We are over 500 likes, but we can go higher. If you haven't already, click that like button. Be sure to subscribe whilst you're at it. 160,647. See if we can get it to 650 or something like that. See if we can get it even higher. You never know. Anything's possible too. But yes, I will be, because the problem is as well with these games. I so hate 3 o'clock kickoffs, by the way, because everyone's on different times and all that kind of stuff. It's just the worst. Here are Fulham though. They're about 25 yards out. Wilson gives it to Robinson, Iwobi, who is on the left. So he's going up against, I tell you, we've got a bit of space there. Pereira takes a shot. Comfortable for Andre Onana. Very comfortable for him. But I tell you what, I just thought for a second there, if the pre-season Pirlo even dared to score at Old Trafford, could you imagine? Which game was it actually? Some people can let me know in the chat. Which game was it when? Which game was it where Andres Pereira scored that fantastic goal? Who was it against? It was at Old Trafford in the Premier League game. It's under Ollie. It's like what, 2019, something like that. I think maybe. Yeah, I forget. Let me know what it was. Here's Bruno Fernandes. It looks to be Rashford through the middle. And it looks to be Amari Forson on the right, I think. It looks to be Rashford through the middle, Amari Forson on the right, Garnacho on the left. Is Diogo Dalot. Gives it to Kobe Mainoo. Here is Amari Forson on the ball. I think if you're him, you want to just, as much as you can in those early couple of minutes, just get some touches, get familiar, get yourself involved in the game as much as you possibly can. Absolutely. Throw in though for Fulham here. Robinson's going to take. For the international, for the US men's national team as well. Speaking of the MLS, Eric Ramsey is going to become the coach of, is it Minnesota FC? He's going to become the coach of, I think. But he is on the bench for Manchester United today. So, yes, good for him. Getting his first managerial role. Ball over the top. Leno claims it there. And here comes Robinson down the right-hand side. That's a ball in behind. Onana's going to come and sweep it, though. Takes the touch. A heavy one as well. Goes for a ball over the top. Does well, though. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that from Andre Onana. That's okay. No problem with that. That's okay. See if we can get these stats up on the screen as well. There you go. Get some stats for you up on the screen. So you can see what's happening in the game as well. Actually, we'll move those back up as well, actually. Move those stats a little bit. Because the OCD will be kicking in. There you go. Fine with that. So 5 minutes gone, still 0-0. No real chances or anything like that. They say Nanu. It's like being around Josh. Here's Rashford. Now he's drifted out to the right-hand side. Through the legs, actually. Here's Kobe Mainoo. Great feet. Are people saying here in the chat at the moment. A lot of people talking about Eric Ramsey. Yeah. He's got a job in the MLS. I think it's something like the youngest coach in MLS history, I think. Is Harry Maguire. We're in the 7th minute, still 0-0. I tell you what, like, it's so true, right? When, for these 3 o'clock games, like the moment, like, to make sure everything's ready, it's the biggest, like, stressor in the world. And I'm sure so many people are in that situation right now of, like, I hope everything, you just want to be able to watch the match. Pretty damning stat. Someone was just saying on commentary there, saying only Sheffield United and West Ham have faced more shots than Manchester United in the Premier League. Is Robinson again down United's right-hand side. Iwobi going to try and take on Dalot. Does well at Dalot there. Well done. Good defensive work. Here comes Rashford. Wins a foul. It's got to be a foul. I'm not sure where he was going, but he wins the foul anyway. We'll take that. But waiting for a bit of intensity. Waiting for that bit of intensity to start the game here at the moment as well. Big up Rich says Ramsey does not look 31. I know 30. It's crazy, isn't it? Crazy. Once again, guys, be cognizant of people being at different points and different times. It being a 3 o'clock game and all that kind of stuff. The timer on the screen is pretty accurate to the time that I'm at right now, is Rafael Varane. There's Sir Dave Brailsford sitting in the crowd. I don't think Jim Ratcliffe is there today. Casemiro again. What was that? This went straight out of play. But there's Sir Dave Brailsford again, who, as they point out on commentary, Dave Brailsford, I mean, he's really the one, I think Jim Ratcliffe did say it, didn't he, on these interviews that he had done. He's the one is going to be really involved with a lot for United moving forward, day-to-day stuff. Heavily involved will be Sir Dave Brailsford. Fulham, by the way, I mentioned that they've got lots of injuries and lots of absences. They've made 6 changes today. 6. Here comes Fulham, though. Is that going to be a corner ball? It is. They've carved out a corner, have Fulham. Garnacho was the one who turned it behind. So let's got to defend this. I mean, obviously, we nearly conceded. From the set piece against Luton last weekend. Ball in. Headed away by Rafael Varane. It was pretty easy. Fulham still have the ball, though. Pereira. Don't let him shoot. Oh. It was actually, I tell you what, it wasn't the worst pass there. I tell you what, those stats are already pissing me off. I'm getting rid of them. I don't give a shit. Those stats. You know when you keep fiddling with things a couple of times? Get rid of them. Get rid of them. There goes Varane back to Andre Onana. 10 minutes in, not that much to talk about. If anything, Fulham maybe look a bit more dangerous. Here's Andre Onana. Good ball. Good touch by Bruno Fernandes. Ah. Bruno's still down. No, he's back on his feet now. It was a good pass by Onana. It was a good first touch by Bruno. And then once again, the pass. Robinson once again. To Bassi. So now it looks like it's forcing through the middle again. So like we were saying before the match, what we are seeing is that front three is certainly not rigid at all. Because Garnacho's sticking on the left, certainly. But Forson's already switched from the right through the middle. Now at the moment it's Rashford on the right. I mean, I thought if there were going to be people rotating, well, I tell you what, Rashford on the right's got to get back and do his defensive work. Because Robinson's, there's a 2-against-1 on Diogo Dalot here. Here comes Robinson again. Edge of the box to Iwobi. They've got some space here. Fulham have started better, no doubt about it. Andreas Pereira again. Now Rashford's through the middle again at the moment. Now Forson's back on the right-hand side. Well, the rotation thing's fine, but they've got to do the defensive work there because Diogo Dalot thankfully managed that situation quite well because there was a 2-on-1 there. Robinson was just easy run down the pitch. And they're going towards him again. Right, here comes Forson. Oh. They tried a long ball. It's hit the back off Kobbie Mainoo and gone out for a throw-in. "12 minutes in, bit of a lethargic start by Manchester United. Rich says, "Yeah, rotation is fine as long as it's fluid and not in disarray." Yeah, pretty exactly. Wilson, see, that's the concern once again there. So Wilson's just gone up against Lindelof at left back. United kind of get away from it, but if you listen to the crowd, Old Trafford, they're a little bit restless because 12 minutes in, they have seen really next to nothing by Manchester United, to be honest with you. Danny DeFita with the super chat says, "Owen, did you just say Bruno's still down like you're surprised?" Yeah. But nearly 30 minutes gone. It's still 0-0. And no, it must be said, no keepers have had to make any big saves or anything like that at the moment. But United's still trying to figure out what they want to do. That's a bit better. Good interchange. Here's Forson. 1-2 of Rashford. Forson. I don't know if he was looking for Garnacho or he was looking for Bruno. Bruno decided to leave it. Fulham, they're going to try a counter-attack. Ball over the top. React. Get out to it. Oh. I tell you what, Fulham, that's a chance for them. That is a chance. That is the game plan for Fulham, isn't it? Man United sloppy, lose the ball over the top. It's a flick on there. They don't deal with it. And it's literally only Varane and Maguire really back. And Iwobi should do better. And again, if you listen to the crowd, obviously you might not have the benefit of hearing it, but Old Trafford's quiet because it's not been a rip-roaring start by United, to say the least. Still plenty of time to go, but need to work on that impetus. No doubt about it. Sure, I'll move that up to here as well. Forson again puts it out to Harry Maguire. Tries a long ball over the top. Flick on. Garnacho. That's a corner. We've got a corner! We've got a corner, guys! Oh, God. What a terrible first 15 minutes or so. Corner but for Manchester United. Bruno Fernandes going to stand over it. This is what our first corner of the game, I think. Varane, Maguire going up. Got obviously Lindelof in there as well. So we have got some height in the box. Bruno Fernandes, ball in. Punched away by Leno. Did quite well. Garnacho. Squaring up against the fullback. I mean, it's not really... He's thinking of options. Decides to go inside. Dallo. Ball in. And offside. This might be a bit of a long game, guys. No, I think. Because Fulham, to be fair so far, they look like it is offside. There's Maguire, I think Lindelof, both offside. So far, Fulham's game plan's pretty clear to see, which is... Here they come again, actually. Muniz. Varane deals with it this time, I think. Where are you going? Loses the ball. Wriggled out. Oh, that's so poor. Literally. He's got the ball there. He's kind of done Varane a little bit. Surrounded by 3 United players. Manages to roll out of it. Gets a free kick. In a position where there was nothing. And here come Fulham again. Bassey. Ball over the top. They're going for Robinson again. Manages to hook it in. Got to deal with it. And it's a corner. Look at this. Simple ball out wide. 2 managed to get out to him. Just hooks it in. And you're asking maybe where's the communication there? Because there wasn't a ton of pressure on Harry Maguire. Gone out for a corner. Another corner for Fulham. Pereira, that's not a good corner. Doesn't beat the first man. Bruno heads it away. Come on! Let's get a bit of something going. Bit of impetus. Bit of something, please. Bit of energy. Bit of intensity. I mean, actually, I'll get... Even though the stats aren't working for me on my side thing, I'll get my stats up so I can at least have a look whilst the game's going on here. I thought that might be the case. Fulham are actually shading possession at the moment. I was just kind of thinking as it was going along there, I was like, Fulham having more of the ball here. Here comes Iwobi again. I tell you what, they're in a good position here. Iwobi, edge of the box! I mean, again, that's 2 now. That's 2. He's had another. That's a bigger opportunity by Iwobi. They've absolutely ripped us open. Again, poor pass in the midfield. Given away. Couple of passes. Iwobi can just travel. No one gets out to him. They just keep running away from him. Look at this. He just keeps going. Look, there's no pressure on him at all. And he drags it wide. But United look all over the place at the moment. Really poor start. So they've got more of the ball. They are way more intense than United. And it's not even that much, to be honest. Right, Casemiro. Better pass into Garnacho. Puts it out wide to Forson down the right-hand side. Right, hopefully that's woken United up. Forson does manage to skip past him. Kobbie Mainoo. He's got nobody around him, so what's he going to do? Does well. Forson keeps it going. Well done, Kobbie Mainoo. Didn't have any options there. Casemiro now has it. Maguire. Bruno, he keeps sort of drifting off onto that left-hand side. But, oh my God. Fucking hell. Victor Lindelof, 5-yard pass. Puts it behind Bruno Fernandes out for a throw-in. That is so bad. And that just kind of sums up Man United so far. They just haven't started. Fulham might think they should be a goal up. But, whoa. My goodness me. Fucking hell. That is so bad. Dallo. Commentary just saying that maybe United look a bit leggy. I don't know. They just haven't started at all. Ball over the top. And to be honest, we've got another corner. Our 2 corners have come from that. Just a couple of long balls over the top. And then Fulham have to deal with it and put it out for a corner. But that's twice. Long balls to Bruno. We win a corner. If you haven't already clicked the like button, by the way, guys. Just over 50 likes to go to 700. If you haven't already clicked that like button. Bruno, ball in. That's a good corner. Punched away by Leno. That was a good delivery. But here we go. Transition. This is the difficult thing with United. Transition. Lukic to Iwobi. Pereira's in there for them. Ball in. Oh. Kobbie Mainoo manages to put it behind for a corner. But that is... I mean, we know how dodgy we are in transition. It was a good ball in by Bruno. And who was that? It's Rashford. Marcus Rashford. What are you doing in that instance? There is no aggression to go get the ball there. It's literally just hang a leg in. I'm not going to put that much intensity. Does he even get back as well? That's just not good enough. That intensity there is just not enough. Pereira. Ball in! Oh, fuck. They should score again. Andre Onana, good save. All over the place. All over the place. I mean, that's, 3 times now. Onana, he makes a good save and pushes it actually onto the Fulham player. It's a header. Gets in front of Mainoo. It's a good save by Onana. Hooks it. And it's Lukic, and he actually just can't really react to it as well. But United just haven't started at all. As far as sort of 21 minutes go, all over the place. Fulham could easily have a goal at least. Again, for that counter-attack there, Rashford. Here comes Garnacho. Oh, he was there to force him through, and it wasn't the best pass. Still 0-0 at Old Trafford. But you are hearing, as the commentary sort of saying, murmurs of discontent. And that's probably the fair way to put it. Because Fulham, they're all over us, realistically. Oh my God. I mean, let me know what you guys think about it in the chat. I think the sentiment is kind of all the same. Lots of people saying that it's not good. I Speak Well says this is awful. Johnny Bravo says we lose every 50-50 ball. Rich says not a good first 20 here. Time to get in the game. Fran says Man United, the players can't pass the ball. I mean, Fulham on the ball again. Robinson, they're passing the ball way better than us. Pereira tries to force one through, goes all the way through to Onana. But, I mean, there's also like just an element of, I don't know, lethargy to this team at the moment. They're walking. There's Rasmus Højlund sitting alongside Mason Mount. He does exist. There's Tom Heaton sitting there as well. But the Old Trafford crowd trying to get the players going. That's a better pass by Lindelof. Forsen again passed him behind. United's passing. I mean, this was even really noticeable last weekend. It's been noticeable all season. But we're talking 5-yard basic passes. So they just can't do it. That's better by Dalot. Tries to skip past Iwobi. Dealt with very easy. Here's Iwobi again. Little dink over the top. Pereira. Shouts of handball. They're not going to give it. Here they come again. Robinson. Down that right-hand side, they are having a lot of joy. And I'm surprised because I thought before the game it might be down the left because that's where Lindelof's playing. But clearly they feel like they can get joy down the right-hand side. Robinson's got a lot of the ball down the right. And maybe because of that rotation, Dallow's been a bit exposed. I mean, he's dealt with it fairly well so far, but Rashford, good hold-up play. Bruno Fernandes. Oh, Bruno! I mean, he's starting off exactly where he left off last week. Just take extra care. Take extra quality. Take an extra moment. Make sure the ball meets its man. Iwobi. Right, United have the ball again. Bruno. Casemiro. He's got to be offside, Garnacho, surely. There he was offside. Oh no, it's a free kick. Oh, I thought he was off. But we got a free kick and Tosin's got a yellow card. "25 minutes gone, still 0-0. Can United make this count? No Cap says, notice a lot of people like to cry. We are depleted, guys. Hopefully today's team can gel. But it's not even that, because yes, we've got players missing. Yes, Rasmus Højlund's injured. Yes, Victor Lindelof's injured. But still, the majority of this team started against Luton last weekend. And on top of that, we're talking basic fundamentals. We're talking about pass the ball to your teammate. Make sure you take care of the ball. Don't give it away. This isn't a rotation. And also on top of that, let's not suggest that Fulham haven't made changes as well, okay? Because Fulham have made 6 changes today. Their best players aren't playing, okay? They've got Paulinho not playing, Willian not playing. They've got Raul Jimenez not playing. This isn't the time to go, we've got injuries. Bruno Fernandes, ball in. Oh, they don't deal with it. Rashford, Harry Maguire, Garnacho, cuts inside. Oh, headed off the line maybe. It's got bad. Oh, fuck. Well, I just turned into a bit of pinball actually there for a little bit. I thought United were going to get lucky. And Fulham make an absolute mess of it. It's a ball in. It's not even a good ball in. I think it's Bassi. Just starts bouncing around all over the place. Maguire gives it to Garnacho. He gets a decent shot. Is it going in? I'm not sure. But it was headed away by Robinson. Nearly falls to Forsen. And Maguire just tries to put his foot through it. Let's have a look. See, was this going in? Maybe. I think it might have just been sneaking in. Robinson headed it off. Hopefully that wakes up United a little bit as well. But maybe that's a bit better. I mean, again, if I say it's a bit better, but it was just United Fulham making a bit of a mess of it. Robinson again. I tell you what, he nearly got past Dalot there. Dalot does well. Robinson's dangerous. Down that side. Well, he hasn't dealt with that. It's gone back to Pereira. Ball in. Oh, Lindelof does well. Heads out for a corner. That right-hand side, said it a couple of times in this first half already. Everything is going through Robinson or Iwobi through United's right-hand side. It's their left-hand side. But they're struggling to deal with it. I don't know if it's a case of Dalot not getting enough support. If it's whoever's on that right-hand side for United, whether it is Rashford or whether it is Forsen, they need to track back. Everything's coming through that right. And Lindelof did do well there. It's a corner for Fulham. Ball in. Head up. It was Casemiro blocked at that time. I don't know if it was going. I think it was going wide, but it's a free header. Here we go again. Play it short this time. Reed, Pereira. Right, get it. Get it. You can win that. Forsen, put pressure on him. Reed does really well. Pereira plays it. Kobbie Mainoo wins it. Maguire. Wilson again. Fulham got it back. Garnacho. Oh my God. What is this? What is that? Honestly. The ball's getting stuck under Garnacho's foot. Bruno's then slicing the ball into nothing. What on earth are we watching? Because the technical ability that we have witnessed in the first 28 minutes has been nothing short of shocking from some of these players. My God. I mean, we're talking the basics of basics. We're talking 5-yard passes. We're talking can't get the ball, literally take a touch. Ball through the middle. Oh. Because I'm honest, I'm flabbergasted. I shouldn't be. I know I shouldn't be, but I'm flabbergasted by some I mean, it's basics. Basics of football. My goodness. It's crazy. Fucking hell. And again, this isn't even like, oh, injuries. This is, I mean, multi-million-pound footballers can't pass the ball. Yankman United with the super chat says, I'd say move Garnacho on the right, but that leaves Lindelof and Rashford all forcing on the left. How does depleted Fulham look this much better than us? Barave says, Bruno and Rashford makes us collectively mediocre. I mean, it's been absolutely shocking. I mean, there is no way of dressing it up. It's still 0-0, so it might be one of those situations where we go up the other end and score. We wouldn't be shocked because that's Man United, but the technical ability of some of these players is wild. I mean, I remember Fleck saying after the Luton game last weekend that Kobbie Mainoo embarrassed some of his senior teammates. And how did he embarrass them? He embarrassed them by passing the ball 5 yards, by receiving the ball a bit under pressure and not shitting his pants and being like, right, I can take a touch, I'll give it. It will actually go to the person's feet as well. Casemiro. Dallo, is he going to take a shot? Does take the shot. Oh, it's off the post. He does have that in him though, Diogo Dallo, doesn't he? Outside of the post. And just like I said, I wouldn't be shocked after all this if we did score. But it's just whipping. Hits the outside of the post by Dallo. It's unlucky. It's really unlucky. It's a good strike. It's just curling away from goal just at the wrong time. It's unlucky. I hope that wakes him up a little bit. You're just kind of waiting for United just to wake up. Unlucky though from Diogo Dallo. Does have that goal in him. Scored a couple of big goals this season, hasn't he? Saw him score a great one in pre-season as well. Maguire, that's better. Step forward. Be a bit more proactive. Be a bit more on the front foot. Onana going long towards Bruno. Flick on. That's a good flick on. Garnacho. Now you're saying, right decision. Garnacho, where you going? Kobbie, edge of the box. Takes the shot. It's infected Kobbie. Or is that a corner? Is that a corner? I hope it's a corner. Because otherwise, that's... There you go. Goes to Kobbie. Oh, he's done the classic one foot onto the other. It's infected Kobbie. It's even caught Kobbie at this point. Oof. It's even got Kobbie. But at least you know how to wake it up a little bit. I mean, to be honest with you, the chances we've had in this game, they've all been long ball. Been ball over the top. They can't deal with a long ball. That's all we've got. Here comes Pereira again. He just looks so dangerous. Down the right-hand side again. Iwobi. Robinson's there. Cuts it back. Oh, he's just muscled him. He's just muscled him at the post. I tell you what. Again, it's that right-hand side every time. down the right-hand side. Victor Lindelof has just been literally muscled off the ball. Now it's an outside of the post each. Iwobi, I mean, we're getting like outclassed by Iwobi. That finds him. Lindelof just spins him outside of the post. Look at that, easy, no problem. Spins Lindelof outside of the post. If they're Fulham, they must be like, we're all over them. We're all over them. Why are we not getting, these chances? What's going on here? Why can't we get these chances? Man. And this is like weak Fulham. This isn't their... I mean, there's an argument to be made. Like, if they had their best players, they'd probably be winning at the moment. Not even their best side. Man. Colin with a super chat with the $10. Appreciate the contribution. Colin says, come on United. Thanks, Owen. Cheers, chat room. Thanks to you, Colin. Appreciate the support. Baraf says, can we give Paul through? Can we give Rashi another contract so he can run? Honestly, I know in recent weeks, in recent weeks, we've shown more intensity than this. Again, it's the drop-off. It's the sort of lethargicness. Bruno, was he onside? Was he offside? Don't know. But again, some of the just the technique are just... I mean, it's absolutely leathering it down now in Manchester at Old Trafford. But I mean, it is wild that, again, the way we've made any chance of this match have been long ball. Here come Fulham again. Down the right-hand side. So we've got to fix this right-hand side. Robinson ball in. Onana tips it away, I think. Or did he even get a touch to it? I mean, Ten Hag's got to do something. I think Maguire's just been booked. Ten Hag's got to do something about sorting out our right-hand side. Because Diogo Dalot is so exposed. Iwobi and Robinson getting way too much joy down the middle. I tell you what, that's nasty by Maguire as well. Look at that, he's lunging. Fucking hell. He gets a booking. If that's Casemiro, he gets a red. But look at that. They switch it once again, right-hand side. What happens again? Dalot, overloaded. Easy for Iwobi to give it to Robinson. Can put it across goal. Now, if you're Ten Hag, you're either saying to Amari Forsum, right, get back, do your defensive work, or stop rotating with Rashford, or put Rashford... I don't know. Either way, they've got to figure that out. That was a nasty tackle by Maguire as well. Really nasty. He lunged. Whilst he's getting some treatment, I mean, let's see what the chat is saying at the moment. We're at just under 10 minutes till half time. KG says, why are you asking for a red? I'm not asking for a red. I'm just saying that we've seen that. We've seen that being given as a red in the Premier League. That is nasty. It's a nasty tackle by Harry Maguire. Casemiro would have got a red. Everton has got to fix something, though. Dalot can't keep getting that exposed. I mean, to be fair, there's an argument to be made that Dallow's doing the best he can. If you're 2-on-1 every time, what are you going to do? But Maguire got to be careful now on the booking. Of course, he was on one last week and got taken off at half-time, didn't he? But, I mean, to be honest, I think Fulham will look at this first half and go, we probably should be 1-0 up. We've hit the post. There's an argument to be made that a yellow card for that tackle was maybe a bit light. Maybe because play carried on. It was one of those ones. Garnacho. Good turn by Cobby. Makes the most of a good ball. Rashford tries to take it past him. A ball across. Oh! If someone had followed it, it's a tap in. That was better. Comes from Cobby as well. He does well. Puts Rashford through. And Rashford, to be fair, did well. Put it across. You need someone to gamble on it. I mean, I know it's fuck no. Giving the ball away again. There you go. Counter-attacks on. Pereira, edge of the box. Takes the shot. And Onana has to make a save. Honestly. I'm beyond. I'm at despair. Giving the ball away. Sloppy in midfield. It's a decent save. But it's a good save by Onana. He does well, actually. I mean, it's perfect territory for Pereira. He's got good technique, hasn't he? Tips it away. Good save by the goalkeeper. He's made a couple already today. So, yeah. I mean, it's one of those, if it goes in, you go, oh, but still, makes a save. And it's just given away, caught in possession. Ball in. Now you go and get out to him. Get out to him. Iwobi. Ball in. Onana claims it. 6 minutes plus stoppage time to half time. And United, I mean, they've got to go up so many gears in this game. Dalot gives it to Maguire. Lindelof. Garnacho. Ball in. Nobody in there. Takes a volley. Deflection. Took it back to Leno in goal. We're 16 likes away from 700. So if you haven't already, click the like button, by the way, guys. Be sure to subscribe as well whilst you're at it. Let's see if we can get to 700 before after. We can get 700 easy for half time. Absolutely. So click the like button. There you go. Forsen intercepts. That's a bit better. Maynard gets out his feet quicker. Right, Bruno. Just don't be wasteful with it. Gives it to Dalot. Lindelof. Garnacho this time. Is he going to cut inside? He probably was going to take a shot, and he takes a shot. Oh, good save. That's a bit better. Just take extra care of the ball. Take care of the ball. Work it into the right situations. Garnacho does well. Cuts inside. Keeps going. Waits for the space. Takes the shot. It's a good save by the goalkeeper. That's a bit better. Just be a bit more positive. Be a bit better on the ball. That's twice for Garnacho now. He's cut inside a couple of times. One was headed, might have been nestling in. It was headed away. That one tipped away by the goalkeeper. So Garnacho's showing a bit of something on the left. Bruno Fernandes, he's gone short. Didn't beat the first man. Dalot, given away again. Dangerous territory. Cobby sweeps up well. Kept in by Garnacho. Whoa, that's a bit full-blooded by Pereira, wasn't it? And he wins a free kick. Fulham aren't happy. They don't think it's a foul. I tell you what, Pereira flew in there for that for that tackle rather. Did Pereira get booked or is it Iwobi gets booked? I think it was Pereira gets booked. He flew into it. See if they show this again. I thought it would happen. I went, oh, God. Let's have a look, see if they're... Whoa. I tell you what. I don't know. I mean, he got Pereira. Have they given the free kick for the Pereira lunge? Because I'm not sure what other fouls that maybe the referee saw there. That was a bit light, to be honest with you. Bruno steps over this free kick, though. Bruno, ball in. Flicked on. Back post. Garnacho again. Forsen takes a shot. Blocked. Now, this makes me worried, this bit, when we give the ball away edge of the box. Wins it back. Well done. It was Casemiro, I think. Just those couple of moments. You've noticed that in the last couple of minutes. We've had those set pieces from that short corner or from that free kick there. They are desperate for us to give it away on sort of the edge of their box, and then they'll just go. They'll just counter-attack. They're quick on that transition because they know that we struggle. Goes Garnacho again. Corner ball. You would probably say, given how this first half has gone, just try keep getting it out to Garnacho on the left-hand side. He is the one that looks like he's creating something. Cut inside a couple of times. Does look dangerous. And just that will start going long ball again. Because that was the only way we could create chances first 20 minutes. Bruno stands over the corner. Gone short again. Loving the short corner. Rashford takes a shot. Didn't catch it properly. Fortunately, the opportunity for them to counter isn't there this time. Onana, that's a good pass. Good pass to Bruno Fernandes. They're saying he's onside. He took it down well. Bruno, ball in. Headed away by Bassi. Garnacho again. Gets it back out to Bruno. Ball in. Oh, referee got in the way. Referee got in the way of Lindelof. He would have got there. Casemiro, good sliding tackle. There's Lindelof again. That's a bit better. You got some space to play into. Casemiro, ball in. Oh. So that's what United need to do. Just need to stretch the game a little bit more. Get yourself some gaps to play into. And then when you do have those opportunities to play, don't play so sloppily. Take care of the ball. United appear to have woken up a little bit. Varane. Forson overlaps there. That's a bit better. Dalot. That's a good pass that by Casemiro. Whips it out to Garnacho. Take him. He's going to take him on. He's going to give it back. Ball in. But to who? But to who? Two minutes of added time. Still 0-0. United played a bit better in the last, 5 minutes or so maybe. But still quite far off what you expect. Castagna. So it's in these areas that Fulham have been playing quite well too. Once again, where are they putting it? Put it out to the right-hand side. This time, Robinson didn't have the best control of it. But there's no doubt in sort of that area of the pitch, that middle of the park, they have played it better than we have. I mean, technically on the ball, they look far more comfortable than we do in that area. Fulham down United's left. Won back easily. Bruno actually won the ball back that time. Now United are going to try and counter Rashford. Casemiro got caught under his feet a little bit. Manages to recover in the end. Bruno tries that over the top. He was looking for Rashford. Got cut out. Wins it back. That's a bit better. Press him. That's a foul as well. That's what I was saying about Garnacho. Wins the foul off Wilson there. It does feel like anything half decent has come out of Garnacho down on the left. A couple of times he's just managed to skip past those players. Obviously, he had a couple of shots as well. This will probably be the last kick of the half, I would think. Free kick, Bruno standing over it. Ball in. It's not a bad one. And that'll be it. That is half-time at Old Trafford. I mean, Fulham will be the happier of the two sides, no doubt about that. I mean, they've had chances, certainly Fulham as well. Both teams hit the post. Diogo Dalot, his shot hit the outside of the post. Muniz hit the post for Fulham as well. Onana's had to make a couple of big saves. I mean, for the first 35, 40 minutes, Man United were absolutely shocking. A little bit better. A little bit better towards the end, but it's like saying that it's a little bit better because you've wiped a little bit of shit off your shoe, but it's still there and you still stink. You know, there's still not a massive difference there as well. But United on the whole, I mean, if you want to look through position by position, you would say down United's right-hand side, we've been totally exposed. I feel bad for Diogo Dalot at points because he's got no real support from Forson or Rashford who's playing there. Through the midfield, the gaps are wide open. The technical ability of some of the players has been absolutely shocking. Bruno Fernandes has been incredibly wasteful. Again, you would say the only players really in that first half that can say I really contributed. Alejandro Garnacho looks dangerous on the left. Andre Onana's done what he's had to do, made a couple of big saves. Apart from that, it has not been a good watch at all. And don't even give me injuries. Don't even give me Højlund's missing. Don't give me the fact that, Lindelof's at left back. This is a depleted Fulham side that are missing their best players. Not just missing players, their best players. Paulinho, Willian, Jimenez. Their best players they are missing. And at points in that first half, they have absolutely played us off the park. Absolutely. I mean, they should, for all intents and purposes, probably be at least a goal up. Iwobi will be looking at himself in the first half going, I've missed a couple there. Proper missed a couple. Dragged one wide, another one. I think Onana made a save. But Erik ten Hag's got some massive thinking to do. I can't, he shouldn't be lulled in by a false sense of security, I think, by thinking, well, we ended the half fairly positively, so I'll keep it the same. He's got to change something. I credit him for giving him Amari Force in the start, but I worry because I don't think he's doing enough on the right-hand side defensively as well. It's just not been, that's not been good at all. Not been good whatsoever. What do you guys think in the chat? Let's see if we can actually get a response from KG the comedian. He will be in that same room hopefully as well. I can add myself here too. Boom. Let's see if I can bring KG in. Hopefully I can. There is KG the comedian. If I take myself out here. There you go, KG. You're in. You're in.
Hey, man.
Thoughts?
I've just got I'm seeing it more and more week in, week out, the Bruno thing, man. Yes, he's not the worst player on the pitch, but he's part of it. It's that midfield. We're lucky to be up in this game. Big save from Onana. I think Onana makes 2 big saves.
Yeah, 2 big saves.
In this, and I'm talking how type saves, oh my goodness, good reflexes. But then it's just shocking. It's the incessant need to play fast. It's ridiculous. It is actually becoming beyond the joke. Then you got Casemiro. You saw that one when Casemiro gets the ball stuck under his feet, and it's a real fast. It's a super attack from them, and they just haven't been clinical. But then Man United can count themselves lucky. Yes, we kind of edged it later on at the end of the game, maybe the last 15 minutes. But again, Forson's out there. He struggled. Can't really blame him. You can tell the difference of what Erasmus can do compared to the likes of himself. Garnacho's probably been one of our best players. There's moments when Maguire's been good and bad. So the stepping in moments are good, but sometimes he's getting there late, just like in the last game. So it's a typical Man United performance without Højlund, Rashford, I don't know what the hell he's doing.
I don't think it's like, it's without Højlund or anything like that. It's just it's just bad. Like, I mean, some of those players, they just can't. I mean, this is the thing, Cage. Some of them can't pass the ball. I mean, like,
This is what I'm saying. But when you say
crazy.
without Hoyland, no, but when you say without Hoyland, Rasmus makes things out of nothing is what I'm talking about. So we look like ourselves just without that vocal point that's bringing people into the game. So now it is a performance without Ras. I can see how before we do things in spite, like Bruno's been playing like this and Rashford's been playing like this the whole season. Nothing's new. So this is not a new version of these guys. The problem is we got no one to link up the play and to draw the play together, or to even the pressing job. I don't know what we're doing because we're setting up, but we're not engaging the same way. So they can get out a bit easier. They're playing through the midfield. I don't know if they got extra man in there, but it just feels like we're just being outnumbered in there. So it's the football in terms of today's game is concerning. I can't believe we've gone.
What did you do, KG? What happened? What happened to you there? Something just died on KG. This guy, honestly. KG just had like a crazy, I don't know, power cut or something like that. Something's just clearly died.
I think but can you hear me and stuff?
I can hear you now. You're not coming through your mic though. You're coming through something else.
Yeah, I think I'm coming through the MacBook. I haven't got the best of wires behind me. I've got a mad situation.
I can still hear you though.
Okay, cool. I got a tech team helping me out. When I say tech team, my wife.
There you go. There you go. You just heard the wire go back in, literally. As well. But whilst KG's doing that, actually, let me have a look at these super chats here. We've got a couple of super chats that are coming in as well. Yankman United says, what changes should Ten Hag make at half time? Red Baron says, how's 100 million looking for Rashford right now? Danny DeFito says, preseason Pirlo outshining Bruno. Time to send him off to the glue factory. My God. Biggie Third says, I'm done with Eric Ten Hag. There are too many basic things wrong that shouldn't be after almost 2 seasons. The same issues that were there when he took over. Thoughts,
How
KG?
though? How is this how's that Ten Hag thing? Like the players are like, fair enough, Fulham had players out, but we're seeing a difference of when his team's in to when his team's out. Shaw being out, Martinez out. I don't know what the hell they're doing in the midfield because Bruno and Casemiro need to answer to some of the things they're doing wrong, and Rashford. So then there's players out. Then there's the 3 main players in terms of the senior players that are playing like garbage. Bruno's playing like trash, Rashi's playing like trash, and so's Casemiro. So it's almost the players that are there are doing a madness. I don't know how that is a managerial piece. And then after you say take them off, well, for who? Because even now with this dropping, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with Forsen, but he's struggling to get the game. He's struggling to take the game, to get a grip of the game, really. He's going at shots. It's a big moment. You know, if I'm Ten Hag, I would probably bring on McTominay, but you got to be careful because an early substitution, it can probably do more damage to a kid than good. So you get to the 60th minute and then you quickly bring on McTominay, you know. But then it's the thing in midfield. What we said, you know, like certain players have to carry us and they're not doing it. Bruno Fernandes, that's the person we have to talk about right now. I don't know what's going on with his game. There's even that one where Casemiro clips a ball around the corner, typical Man United, but Casemiro, this one works. And then him and Rashford can't work it out. And it just like it's stuff like that. Like it's really I don't know if this is a managerial thing. I don't know. Like,
he's got to make changes. He can't keep it the same. I think the decision to start forcing hasn't worked. I mean, I'm not going to be like completely kill him or anything like that because, as we said before the game, he's played 6 minutes of football this season, first team football. But it's not worked. Dalot is massively exposed on the right, massively exposed. I feel bad for him in that essence. He's got to fix that. And like you say, I mean, well, do you mentioned before stranger things have happened? Do you use the balls? Do you take off Bruno Fernandes? Because again, like him, Casemiro, Rashford as well for one of them. We're talking basics, pass the ball 5 yards, can't control the ball. I mean, one of the counterattacks started from Rashford just hanging in there for a 50-50 that he couldn't be bothered to press. There was one where, I can't remember who it was that passed it to Lindelof. It might have been Bruno passed it to Lindelof, passed it behind him, went out for a throw-in. There was one where ball skipped up a little bit. I get it's coming to Bruno, but he slices it, goes up in the air. I mean, there's something fundamentally wrong with the fact that, again, a depleted Fulham, with their best players that are missing, they are playing better, crisper football than we are. I mean, and I'm talking about being able to pass the ball just around a little bit and nicking it around. And I think if Ten Hag doesn't make any changes, he is asking for trouble. If you don't make changes, I think you're asking to lose that game, because I don't know if they can go up another level, those players that are playing, you know. I don't know. I don't know. But it got a little bit better towards the end, but not that much. But the first sort of 20 minutes were shocking.
It was bad. It was really bad. I was watching the game saying we can't continue like this, you know. And it's one of those things. It's like there's so many issues in terms of what we saw from that performance. But hopefully, second half we can turn it around. I know Aston Villa are already winning, right? I think it's like 1-0 up or something.
Haven't seen.
Yeah, I think Villa already winning. So, you know, you just take a look at that other fixtures. We have to get this job done. We really have to just, once again, I'm trying to see what the score is in that Villa game. They probably let us know in the chat, actually. Villa 3-1 half time. Bloody hell. So, look, they're doing their job. We had to get towards. We had to do ours.
Yeah, we really do. Do you think you'll make any subs at halftime, KG?
I don't see it. I don't see. The funny thing is, now Maguire's on the card. He can't play the way he wants to. So that stepping in Maguire is going to be a bit dangerous. And their counter-attack is quick. Iwobi, and it kind of feels, I feel like I'm being snaked because this Iwobi weren't playing for AFCON. Absolutely not.
Well, I was thinking that, yeah, because I remember seeing shout out Fan Tribe. I follow them on Instagram, and they were saying some of the abuse he was getting after, you know, the final and stuff like that was terrible. I think did he deactivate socials, I think. Yeah, he's been, but again, that comes down from how exposed that right-hand side has been. It's not difficult to see what Fulham have been doing. They've been get it to the right-hand side because Dallow's massively exposed. And just, you know, he'll be 2-on-1. Robinson, Iwobi, overlap every time. Easy. Like, not a problem. Easy. So I don't, from the manager's point of view, that's why I say if he doesn't change something at half time, or if he doesn't make changes, then that's on him, because you've seen that a lot. I mean, frankly, I'm surprised he didn't change it mid-first half, going, that is not sustainable. You cannot do that in that game. You're asking for trouble. Unless you go to force and get back, you got to do your defensive work more. I don't know. But you're asking for trouble there, realistically.
He wouldn't have, again, Forsen, clearly, we can see it. Forsen's not ready in it. He wouldn't have put him in had he, again, it's injuries that's made this thing happen. And he's not going to go to Anthony because Anthony's obviously doubly not ready. But now he's got to make because even if we get some help out on the right-hand side defensively, but then that's asking for Rashi to be the main guy. And that's Rashi to be the centre forward. I'm not feeling it.
Yeah, well, I'm not feeling a lot of this performance, to be honest, KG, thus far. I mean, it's still Man United, of course, so absolutely still got a goal on us and we can still make chances. Garnacho probably the most dangerous player in the first half. A couple of decent
very
shots.
Dangerous on the left-hand side as well.
Headed off the line, one good save from Leno as well. But it does worry you when you think of that. Go to the Etihad next week, KG. Go to the Etihad. You can't play like that. You can't.
No, I don't know what, we definitely can't. It's a shame that it's next week as well, because we kind of need to fill out our situation. And it's just bad, bro. Honestly, the truth is, it's just bad. We have to go into the Etihad and just hope that we need to win this game. That's why this game's such a must win, because that could be losing 2 on the bounce. You know, we don't want to draw. We need to win this game, because let's have it right. We know what the Etihad sitting's looking like if we play like this.
Yeah.
So yeah, we have to win again. It's so funny because you're seconds away at Man United. You can always be seconds away from a crisis with the proper squad. With Rasmus, it's a bit different Now it's not there, and we just have to get our act together.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, big up KEG, the players coming out on the pitch for the second half.
See you later, man.
Hopefully it gets better. Appreciate it. There you go. Right, we're back for the second half. Players are back out on the pitch. Be sure to smash a like on the like button. Be sure to subscribe as well, bottom right hand corner, guys. We've got over 1,300 people watching. Let's get to 800 likes. We're less than 40 likes away and to 800. So let's get to 800, 900. I know there's not a lot of stuff to really like from that first half performance. Certainly doesn't appear that there's been any substitutions. Let's have a look at the super chats here as well, because I have seen them coming in. Let's make sure I get the timer right. We'll wait for the timer to start, then I'll get to your super chats. So I want to make sure your super chats are respected, as well as we'll make sure the timer's right too. Big up to KG for jumping through at half time as well. And we're off. Second half is underway. Let's get to these super chats here. Where are we at? Ugwa says, KG and Owen. Well, KG's gone. In all honesty, can you see any plan with this manager? I can't see any reason to keep him. We get dominated by every team. Brian says, I'm at the match. Came from New York City. We miss Hoyland. Bruno us off. Don F says, this Pereira guy is good. We should buy him. Imagine. And Biggie Third says, KG, every team has its habits. A manager's job is to instill good and get rid of bad ones. After 2 years, the bad habits that predated him are still there. So hopefully we see something a bit better in this second half, because we rode our luck, certainly. We rode our luck. I would have hoped we'd have seen substitutions at halftime. We haven't. Which is a worry, to be honest. We're 15 likes away, by the way, from 800 likes. So if you haven't already, click the like button. Be sure to subscribe as well whilst you're at it. That number at the top right-hand corner scares me. Here's Harrison Reed. It's absolutely leathering it down at Old Trafford as well. Reverse pass, just easy. It's too easy. Cuts it back. Oh, my goodness me. I mean, we've started where we left off. Literally, 1-2 slices us open. Look at this. Just give it back. Give and go. There you go. Boom. Who's tracking the run? Nobody. They don't know. They're Castagna. It's just easy. Honestly. It's so slow and lethargic. Corner ball. Pereira. Header. Oof. They did get to a Fulham head. It's gone out for a goal kick, though. My goodness me. And it must be said, I mean, you can hear it at Old Trafford. It's quiet. It's quiet at Old Trafford. Varane looks like he might have picked up a bit of a knock. Might just be a contact injury. Onana on the ball. Goes long. It's a good ball again. To be fair, Onana's kicking today's been great. A couple of times he's picked up some really nice passes. Garnacho goes down, gets a free kick. But I suppose if you were hoping for impetus and something a bit more intense in the second half, you haven't really got it thus far, to be honest with you. Still early days, though. Only 2 minutes gone. Onana long ball again. Worked for us in the first half. 50-50. Whoa. Casemiro caught him there. Clash of heads. Big clash of heads. Ball was there to be won by both. Harrison Reed gets there first. Casemiro gets him. But that was nasty. I don't know if they'll show a replay of this. It always makes you cringe, a head injury. It's really coming down at Old Trafford, isn't it? 5 likes away from 800, by the way, guys. We can get to 1,000. Of course we can. As Silva talking to his players on the touchline as well. both players getting a lot of treatment. It was a nasty, nasty clash of heads. I mean, both have the right to go for it, both full-blooded. They say that VAR looked at it, they're not doing anything about it. I mean, it's just a clash of heads. But they haven't shown a replay of it, which always worries me, because that, implies it might be quite bad. I mean, if he was going to make a sub, who would he bring on? Who would you want him to bring on? Would you want him to bring on an Ericsson, a McTominay? Is it going to be a Scott McTominay again? Bring him on to win the game, perhaps, maybe? I mean, if Casemiro comes off, who does he bring on? Does he bring on McTominay? He did that last weekend. And there you go. McTominay is warming up. Like I said, he got taken off. He got brought on last weekend for Casemiro, didn't he? At half time. This week could be the same, just a bit 5 minutes later. Colin says, all we have is Scott. I mean, I suppose if you're going to make a sub for Casemiro, the decision he has is it going to be McTominay or is it going to be Amrabat as well? But given McTominay's goal-scoring record this season, we know what it's going to be. Fulham, well, they might be forced into a sub as well. Of course, there are 2 players down here. Well, it looks like Casemiro is sitting up, which is good. Harrison Reed is still down. And this is when you put the performances and all that kind of stuff aside, this is when you just get worried on a human level, don't you? I mean, as I said earlier on, a clash of heads, it makes you cringe. It's kind of sickening, because we, particularly now, we know so much more about head injuries and concussions and CTE and all that stuff. And hopefully, I mean, the fact that they're both down would suggest they probably will come off. I mean, we do have concussion substitutes. Sometimes they don't take them, do they? They use them as a normal sub. But they're both back up on their feet. Casemiro's got an ice pack on his head. Harrison Reed looks to be pretty together. They're going to show it. This is the first time. You don't really see it from that angle. It's quite far away. Casemiro's shaking his head. I mean, he's going straight down the tunnel. Or is it an ice pack or is it a cut to the top of his head, I think, as well? So Harrison Reed, I think, is going to be reintroduced. Casemiro's gone straight down the tunnel. But we'll get a couple of subs, actually, as well. McTominay is coming on for Casemiro. But it looks like Christian Eriksen is coming on as well, too. So Amari Forson's only lasted 5 minutes or so. And Eriksen's on for Forson, which is the right call. Again, you don't want to be too harsh on the kid because he's just started his first Premier League start. He only had 6 minutes of football all season. But he's looked a bit out of his depth today, to be honest with you. And, I'm just surprised why Ten Hag didn't do that at half-time because we've barely had any football played, to be honest with you. But McTominay is on the pitch. I'll tell you what, they're in behind now, Fulham again. Iwobi down the right-hand side once more. Headed away. Garnacho's got to deal with that. Hooks it, but only back to Iwobi. Ball in. Headed away by Varane. Bruno dispossessed. So it looks like, in terms of the renewed starting 11, McTominay's gone into the 10 role. Bruno's now on the right-hand side. Garnacho is still on the left. I don't like Bruno on the right-hand side. And I don't know why Ten Hag continues to persist with it. I mean, Bruno on the right. Look, I mean, I know that against Villa it worked. And that's probably why he's doing it. Because that's what he did against Aston Villa. Shifted Bruno to the right. McTominay came on at the 10. Scored the winner. But that was with less time than we are now. I mean, we haven't really played all that much football in this second half. Maybe he just wants it purely for the defensive work because, like I said, keep getting Christian Eriksen's doing it now as well. Just sloppiness. That's a foul. That's a foul on Iwobi. Eriksen's only been on the pitch a couple of minutes and he's doing what everyone else is. Goes for a switch, doesn't get through it properly, just goes straight to the Fulham player. Fulham win a free kick. Like I said, it's infected everyone. They cannot pass the ball 5 yards. They can't do it. Super chat here from Danny DeFito says, Owen, fancy switching to WrestleMania 365 5555. This game is boring for me. Becky or Rhea winning at WrestleMania. Rhea Ripley's going to win, I think, at WrestleMania. I don't think Becky wins. Ball in. Headed. Ball in from Castagna. Hung up over the bar. Was he offside? Yeah, flag was up. He was offside. But something's got to change for United. Something's got to change because he was offside. But, I mean, it's just United just sort of strolling through the game. I mean, really strolling through the match. The intensity is coming from Fulham. United just need to be slicker. Varane. I mean, I'd hope that maybe, second half we would see, Erik ten Hag have a go at them at second half and they would get back going, but just nothing. Very, very flat. Very flat. Tell you what isn't flat, though, is the likes. We're over 800. Got nearly 900 people watching, so the ratio is very, very strong today, folks. Really appreciate that. Really appreciate the likes. Really appreciate the subs. Well, I tell you what, he's won the ball back. It's not a foul. Counter-attacks on. Counter-attacks on. Iwobi this time out wide. Puts it across. Goal! Oh, I tell you what, Victor Lindelof does very, very well there because he's managed just dark arts of football just to do enough to Andreas Pereira. It's not a penalty or anything like that. But he just manages to do enough because, once again, what do? Give the ball away in the middle of the park like we've been doing all game. Ball across goal. He's never going to get there, to be fair, as well. It's not a good ball by Iwobi. But United giving the ball away in the middle of the pitch. How many times have we done that today? We keep talking about the gaps that are in midfield. We're creating them ourselves because we can't pass the ball. There again, try to switch. Giving it away. Here come Fulham. Transition. Counter-attack. I mean, it's so predictable. Every time. Here come Fulham again. Pereira. Goes out for a corner. I mean, we do it to ourselves every single time. You are professional footballers. Pass the ball. Stop trying to do stupid shit. Pass the ball. 5 yards to their feet. Stop giving the ball away. I mean, it's amateur stuff. You're asking to go 1-0 down. I mean, you can't complain if we do as well. Because you can't win football matches like that. You can't win football matches by not passing the ball. If we're playing if we were playing a Fulham side with their better players, they'd have scored by this point. Corner ball. Andreas Pereira, ball in. Headed away by Lindelof. Edge of the box, volleyed. Blocked. Here's Iwobi again. Outside the boot by Wilson's gone out for a goal kick. I mean, wake up. Old Trafford, I mean, the crowd, they're quiet because what have they got to pick them up? You're watching cemetery football. Particularly now in the conditions, because it's not even necessarily the conditions. We could pass the ball when it was dry, let alone now when it's wet. Use it to your favour. Take care of the ball. Here's Maguire again. Tries a long ball over the top to nobody. To absolutely nobody. Route 1. Long ball to Leno. Where is it even going? I mean, and to be honest, for all this talk, about Erik ten Hag before the game saying Ineos want to play proactive, attacking style of football, forget possession, this is neither. I mean, My word. Come Fulham again. Just skips past. Wilson skips past Ericsson like he's not there. Where's it down? United's right-hand side again. It won't be. At least now Bruno's back. Like I was mentioning earlier on, at least there's support when it's 2v2, because in the first half it was just 2v1 every time. At least Bruno's there to support Dalot, but Fulham dominating the ball. Right, United win it back in the middle this time. That's better. Rashford, just don't waste it. Don't waste it. And of course, Fulham win it back immediately. And he skipped past Ericsson like he's not there. My goodness me. Stuck under the feet of Rashford. Pereira picks up, skips past two players that are not there. Edge of the box. Muniz. So basic. For the first time, you've won the ball in transition. Take care of the ball. Immediately lost. I mean, I'll tell you what is concerning about Ericsson. He's been on the pitch for, 5 minutes? He's been skipped past like 2 or 3 times already. Properly skipped past. 60 minutes gone, still 0-0. And United got up. They got up the levels of intensity. They got to do something. Let me get to these super chats here. Half an hour left plus stoppage time. K-Flow says, and some fans think we can play good football with some of these lots. Can't pass, can't concentrate for 2 seconds. Bruno and Rashford do my head in. Honestly, I'm lost for words. Well, I'm not, because every time it happens, I'm getting really pissed off. But you would think we had the schedule that we had last season, where we were playing every 3 days, with how we're operating at the moment. Garnacho. To be fair to Garnacho, when he's picked up the ball today, he's looked energetic. He's looked like he's trying to make something happen. He's trying to go past players, trying to run at people. There's the ball. You got to deal with that. Varane does. Iwobi. Robinson again. Ball in. I mean, if Iwobi and Robinson could deliver the ball better or had a bit more end product, United would have been in massive trouble today, because they've had so much freedom down that side of the pitch. It's just their final delivery is just not very good, and that's what United benefited from today. But my word. Gone out for a Fulham throw. And Fulham are trying to keep it going, keep it fast, because they know. They know they're on top. Fulham throwing again. Ericsson. McTominay plays it back to Varane. Come on, just 5 minutes of something, United, please. Please. I mean, let alone had anything to do in this half. Kobe Mainoo. Because even we're getting to like this point here on the pitch where it's slow. Really, really slow. Varane, try ball over the top, right to Bruno. Down United's right-hand side. Wins a throw-in. I mean, we know that. I mean, largely, look, Bruno's been shifted out to the right-hand side, not for his attacking capabilities. I think he's been moved out there just to support Dalot defensively. Because we know that he's going to be quite ineffectual in the game. The problem is, has he been effective at all anyway in the first half? No. Varane forces it through, straight back to the goalkeeper. There are rumblings and groans, and it's not just my stomach, it's the Old Trafford crowd. Because I think, like you and I, they're getting a bit tired of watching United pass the ball over the top to nobody, try and pass the ball through the middle to nobody, or lose it in the middle of the pitch. Oh, they're just playing it around us like we're not even there. Ball in. Be careful. Fuck. Onana has to deal with that. To be fair, he does quite well. Because he tries to... He thinks it's the ball going to come in to cross it in the box. And it nearly does him. And to be fair, he recovers quite well. Because that can do a goalkeeper. He's done well. It's good goalkeeping. He's on the back foot, tips it over the bar. Does well, Andre Onana there. We've still got nearly 1,000 people watching, guys. We can get to 900 likes, absolutely. We're less than 70 to go, so if you haven't already clicked the like button, I'm going to check the poll in a second and see what that's looking like in terms of the... Well, I can't say I'm shocked. It's 1-0 to Fulham, and it's deserved. They've been the better side. It's not defended well from the corner. It's a second ball. It's easy, and it's what they deserve. Manchester United today, for 65 minutes, have been a complete shower of shit. I mean, it's raining at Old Trafford. It's raining shit here. That's what I'm covered in. It's a shower of shit because, my goodness me, Fulham have come to Old Trafford thus far and they've been the better team. A depleted Fulham with their best players missing have played us off the park. Look at this corner. Puts the ball in. Second ball. We don't react to the first. We don't react to the second as well. Look, it gets across. It's free. He's free twice. Look, there's no one around him. No, he just peels off nobody. It hits his teammate. He does a 1-2 of his teammate, essentially, and levers it. Nobody reacts. That is such a bad goal to concede, and it's fitting. It is fitting of how we have played thus far today. Absolutely shocking. Absolutely rubbish. Look at them, they're dancing. They can't believe it. They said, I thought this team hadn't lost in 2024. Even the cameraman smiling. Not bad. Wake up, United, honestly. Hopefully it does something to him. But, I mean, it's raining. You would hope that the goalkeeper would have a bit of mud on him because he'd be diving around all over the pitch. Leno, his kit's still bright blue. And you can't argue that they don't deserve it. Free twice. Honestly. And it's nothing. There's nothing that Andre Onana can do about that. Nothing. I mean, he levered it from a couple of yards out. Nothing he can do about it. And he did well with the tip over the bar too. Andre Onana's been one of our better players today. He's made some big saves. It's been coming. Absolutely rubbish. And that's been a couple of times. 3 headers from corners. The zonal marking shit. And off comes Andreas Pereira for Fulham. I mean, and unlike our play, he's been able to pass the ball today. Absolutely rubbish. Can't have any arguments. There come Fulham again. And to be honest with you, the way we're playing, United, I don't see United reacting. I hope they do, but Lindelof heads it away, takes a shot, goes over the bar. Honestly. Heads it away. Long ball. Can we react to that? McTominay ricochets, goes back to Leno. Has Leno had to make a save in the second half? I don't think he has. Genuinely, I don't think he has. Donaf says, where is the back manager crowd now? And the problem is, you're just thinking, you've got to play City next week, and my God. Garnacho, at least he's been a little bit lively today. Do something. We're hoping for something from you. Corner ball. Come on! Get something. Wake up. Get a goal. Shithouse. Anything. Something to spark this damp squib to life. Anything. Make sure the delivery is good, Bruno. I mean, one of the only things you've done well today. Short corner again. Not the first time we've done that. Rashford. Back to Bruno. Another corner. Just don't go short again. Please. Put the ball in the box. React. Do something. I mean, just literally hope and pray at this point. Bruno, corner. This time he does put it in. To the edge. Volley. Oh, God. And they went for the Paul Scholes, against Bradford thing. And Mainoo tries to volley it. Goes out for a throw-in. $20 minutes to go. I mean, what have we even got on the bench? Is this the day he does bring on Ahmad? Because the changes he's made so far, we got worse. Eriksen. Here's Bruno. Now he's on the left-hand side. Has he switched? Garnacho. Here's Bruno again. Rashford. Bruno, is he going to take a shot? Cuts inside, does well. Takes a shot. Oh. That's a bit better. Something. Just any kind of spark. We need something. But, I mean, it's proper. It's moments, isn't it? That's what it is. It's moments. That's what we're hoping for. We are hoping for moments. Scar's chosen spokesperson says people underestimate what Cass brings. Torn through the midfield since he came off. It's the little things he does that go unnoticed. McTominay. Garnacho. Corner. Come on! About time to wake up, United. Honestly, spent 70 minutes. Like it's a sleep study or something. My God. Because I hate when teams do this, when we do this, where you just pass side to side. It'll open up eventually. No, it won't. Do something. Attack the game. Make something happen. Ball in. Bruno in the box. Blocked. Hooked away. I mean, to be honest now, the way that I think United have got to hope the way the game goes, so nice, good pass. Well done, Lindelof. Lays it off. Maguire. Garnacho. Good pass. Rashford. Cuts it back. Well done, Rashford. Takes a shot. Oh, saved. That's better. That's better. It's a bit better. Get the crowd going. Get some momentum going. Put them on the back foot. Ball in. Maguire's gone down. Oh. They're giving it the other way. Say Maguire's fouling him. I mean, as I was about to say, the thing that we've almost got to hope is that... What are they saying? There was a foul. What did Maguire do? Oh, was it a push on the player into Maguire? Is that what they're saying? Maguire didn't do anything. It was Lindelof. They got a player down. Is that Reed still again? See, this is, in those instances, this is why... Oh, is it the cut or is it the head injury? Because if it's the fact that he's still having the after effects of the head injury, then he shouldn't be on the pitch. But they're saying it's the cut. But either way, he shouldn't be on the pitch. If the head injury is that bad, you've got to be taken off. By the way, in terms of the prediction poll, there's over 3,600 votes. There's only 800 likes to see this goal again. What a shower of shit that goal is. He's free in the box twice. Nothing Onana can do. Nobody reacting. Nobody picking up. Zonal marking. But they all look like, I don't know, they're having difficulty parallel parking in that. Forget zones or anything like that. They're all looking around. Hey, whose man is that? I don't know. Dharma Traore is going to come on now. A lot of people saying this happens when KG leaves the country. It's true. Chaos. I blame him. Free kick to United. 15 minutes to go. Still 1-0 Fulham. Reminder, Fulham haven't won at Old Trafford since 2003. Maguire, Eriksen, who have, since he's come on, Eriksen's been skipped past a million times to give the ball away. I'm not sure what he's done at all. Eriksen, switch. That's a good one. Garnacho tries it first time. Goes straight out for a goal kick. That's better by Eriksen. But, man. Super chat here. Danny DeFito says, why is Bruno still on the pitch playing on the wing when he's not a winger and we have 2 on the bench? This is on Erik ten Hag. Erik ten Hag, he'll have questions after the game, no doubt about it. Why was the team so shit? Why did the team look exhausted? You know? Why did Bruno go out wide right? Why didn't you, why... I get McTominay coming on as the 10 at the moment. Has McTominay touched the ball? Legitimately. Has Scott McTominay touched the ball since coming on the pitch? Ugh. Honestly. And again, just to be stressed, when it comes to Fulham, 6 changes they made today. 6. Paulinho missing. Willian missing. Jimenez missing. And maybe we've had a bit more of the ball last few minutes, but for the majority of the game, oh my God, Garnacho now this time, giving the ball away every single time. It's now got Garnacho. Everyone can't pass the ball. Is there some sort of colour blindness going on here in terms of the amount of time we just pass the ball to a white shirt? We've done that so many times in this game. And now, to be honest, Fulham are giving it away. Kobbie Mainoo. Oh, come on, United. Do something. Create something. Where is his options? Christian Eriksen from a deeper position. Bruno. Maguire. McTominay. Eriksen. Oh, it's played behind him as well, and they've won the ball back again. This is why I keep saying it. I know I'm repeating myself. 5-yard passes. Fulham on the counter-attack. Takes a shot. Oh. It's not far. It's not far away. But it's again, twice in the space of what? That's 30 seconds. Just pass the ball to their feet. Not behind them. Not in front of them. Their feet. If you're playing at 1-2 there, you're a professional footballer. Here comes Varane. It's proper diabolical stuff. I just can't believe what I'm watching in terms of, again, just passing it. Simple passes. Ball in. Garnacho wins a corner. Come on. Something. Brio says, what's the goal difference? Back to 0, isn't it? I think. Ericsson, corner. Ball in. Header! Oh! Maguire's free header. It's got to be like 6 yards out. Gilt edge. It's got to score. Have another look. He's got a free header. You have to score. You have to. It's not even. It's less than 6 yards. Like 5 yards out. Free header. Got to get on target. I mean, it wouldn't have been that deserved. It's a great delivery by Ericsson. But it's a miracle. Ahmad's on. Kobe Mainu off. Ahmad on. Bruno stays on. So Bruno's surely going to go back out. Bruno's going to go to the 10. McTominay's going to drop deeper, I think, next to who else is playing? Oh, next to Ericsson. And Ahmad's on the right-hand side. So for 10 minutes, plus a significant amount of stoppage time, because remember, there was at least, 5-6 minutes with the player down, with both Casemiro and Reed down with the head injury. So Ahmad is on the pitch, and it looks like Fulham have switched to a back 5 or something like that. Leno with a kick. Oh. Traore with a foul on Bruno with a foul on Traore. Come on, something. Anything. Please. We've got over 1,100 people watching, guys. We are less than 20 likes away from 900. We can get to 1,000 likes, absolutely. I know the football's not been really likeable that much, but if you haven't already, click the like button. Be sure to subscribe as well whilst you're at it. We're 25 subscribers away from 160,700, by the way. So those that haven't subscribed yet, please do so. And yes, click that like button. Let's see if we can get to 900 likes. We're only 9 away from 900. See if we can get to 1,000. Maybe if we get to 1,000, Man United might actually score a goal. I mean, I know I'm clutching. I've got to manifest something out of nothing. Because I've kind of done believing that the players will turn it around. I've got to just hope for flukeness or luck. McTominay. Here is Amad Diallo. Let's see if the desire, the praise, the want for him to get the minutes on the pitch was worth it. Maguire. Fizz that ball at Garnacho. My God. There's Garnacho. It's not a foul. It's not a foul, Garnacho. He's just won the ball. And here comes Traore again. Oh. Well done. Was that Ahmad? I think it was Ahmad. Wins the ball back off Iwobi. Give it to Ahmad again. He's free. He's open. Bruno switches it the other way, though. To who, though, Bruno Fernandes? How many times are you going to do that in this game? And then he's just smashed through a player. He wins the ball that time, thankfully. But, oh my goodness, how many times in the game? The switch to nowhere. Sounds like a shitty novel. Oh. The switch to absolutely nobody, nothing short. They win the ball. And then he's annoyed at himself afterwards, so he just goes, kicks the ball against someone. Hook the ball. Eric with a touch. Can you play? Some of these players can't seemingly. Can't pass the fucking ball. Eric Ten Hag with a big frown, rather. Not surprised. Come on, United, do something, please. Ahmad, Varane, Ericsson again. There you go, Bruno. Lindelof. Oh. Ericsson. Take a shot. Ericsson. Again. Ah. Dallo. Oh my God. It's even Dallo now doing it as well. Just kicking it out of the... Oh, honestly, who hasn't done that? Genuinely, in this game, who hasn't kicked the ball out of play for no reason? This time it's Dallo. Honestly, how many people have done that in this game? I genuinely don't know. Oh. Throw him to United. Ericsson. And this is what we always say, isn't it? About that race for the 4th spot or 5th spot, even though it looks like at the moment that the English clubs aren't going to get it, that 5th spot for the Champions League. But for the top 4 spot, it's always just a case of who can be the most consistent out of an inconsistent bunch. And if you're going to lose games at home to Fulham... Well done, Ahmad. Well done. Well done. Oh, unlucky. They want it back. That's better. High up the pitch. Win it back. Dallo. Maguire. Varane. Something. Salvage anything from this game or get a goal now. Put some pressure on at the least, maybe. Ericsson. Oh. Dallo. I mean, interrupt me if I'm repeating myself, but goes for a pass, out for a throw-in because it was overhit and they didn't take care of the pass. Now Fulham players are going down, try and waste the clock. I mean, how many times in this game? How many times in this game are these players not going to be able to pass the ball 5 yards? There's Dave Brailsford. He wants to talk about marginal gains. How's big the margin? Dave, the margin's going to be pretty big. We're talking about margins that big. So forget the margin. It's a whole piece of paper. Bruno. Ericsson. Lindelof. Garnacho. Come on. 3 minutes to go plus stoppage time. Troy Superstar's back. Says, Sir Jim Ratcliffe has no record of success. He must sack Erik ten Hag as soon as possible. So Troy... I don't know what Troy wants, to be honest. Sack Ten Hag, sack Ratcliffe. He's disappeared the last couple of weeks, Troy, because we've been winning games. Only comes back when we're losing. Ericsson. Garnacho. He manages somehow to keep that ball going. Fair play. Ericsson. I mean, Maguire goes down. Ahmad, decent touch. What can you do? Maguire. What are you doing, Maguire? 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 Hooks it. Oh! Did it stay in? Bruno. Bruno. Shoot. Oh! Oh! Oh, is he onside? Is he onside? I think he scored. Maguire scored! Yes! Come on, come on. Get the ball, get the ball, get the ball. Go back. Come on. Oh, I didn't think he was onside. It's got to be checked. It's got to be checked. How? It's got to be tight. It's got to be tight. Still managed to keep it going. As Bruno puts the ball in. He's onside. He's onside. Thank you very much. No problem. I suppose the only things they're going to go is McTominay interfering and all that kind of bollocks. But he's onside. Well, McTominay is onside as well. That is onside. Don't even start with the VAR bullshit. He is onside. No problem. He's onside. What are they looking at? He's onside. Why are they looking at different angles as well? Why are they looking at different angles? You are looking for reasons to chalk it off there. That is bullshit. If you even try it, because there you go, onside. That's what I don't like about VAR there. They were looking for reasons. There. He was onside. You could see he was onside. He was onside from that angle. And then they start going, let's check another one. Let's try and chalk it off. Don't even start me on VAR. Nasty. Nasty stuff. You saw it real time with your eyes. Come on, United, come on! There's still time. We don't deserve to win, but we can do it. Win that. About time. 9 minutes added time. Come on. There will be a chance. You've just got to make it. Lindelof. Eriksen. Good switch. Good pass. Dalot. Try to take him on. Want it back though. That's good. Bit of luck. McTominay. Dragged it. I saw it. He saw his name's headlines again. Should have cut it back. That was it. I said there would be a chance. I said there'd be a moment. Cut it back. There's chances. There's people there. There's still time. Don't start slowing the game down there as well, Leno. He's already been booked, by the way. Header. Now you've just got to do something you haven't done the whole game. Now you just take care of the ball. Make sure you don't rush into anything. The space will open up. Good layoff. McTominay. Bruno. Nothing erratic, Bruno. Puts it out. Ahmad. Rashid. Rashi. Still there. Give it back. Ball in. Header. I tell you what, it is there. There's still time. Keep going. He doesn't even really header. It comes off his shoulder from Lindelof. Maguire's not a foul. What's good doing? Forget that. Just keep going. Bruno looks in pain. Well, if you're hurt, I don't know if we've got any more subs. Bruno looks being absolute agony. That's not good. More so for the weeks going forward. Eriksen. He's playing in those deeper positions. He's looking for something. This is when Eriksen, where you haven't had the best game, but now we need you to find those spaces. Or for all of those Ahmad people, now's the time. Put your name in the headlines. Make yourself a hero. Garnacho. Eriksen. Don't force it. And don't give it away. Well done, Eriksen. Well done. You've won it back. Bruno, don't take the shot. They got to play it through there, Bruno. If you're hurt as well. Don't take the shot there. Pass it through. I tell you what, Ahmad was there. But I tell you what, though, a couple of these shots, Leno's parrying them all over the place. Make sure you follow it in. Corner, Christian Eriksen. Ball in. Back post! Ahmad! Oh! Was he onside? He was. Fucking hell. We're getting chances here. He was onside as well. He was. Again, another corner. Short. Hooked in. Maguire. No. No foul. No foul. Now, I think one thing we do have to be careful of is it's only 1-1. No. Oh, that's a chance, Fulham. Still time. Still time. Get the ball. Put the pressure on. And if you're going to take those shots from 25 yards, Leno will parry. So follow it in. Follow it in and stay on side. Don't slow the game down, Maguire. Get the ball up the pitch. Get the ball up the pitch. Eriksen. Still time. 4 minutes left. There's still chances. Varane. Eriksen. You go Dalot. Bruno, don't take the shot. Don't you dare. Oh, a bit too far. Keep it in, Lindelof. You can. That's all you can do. Lindelof's hurt now. They're dropping like flies. I hope you're adding this on, ref. I hope you're adding it on. Go on, get it back. Get it back. Win that. No foul, Maguire. Oh, no foul, Maguire. Ah. Adama, he's got away from Maguire like he's not there. I tell you, we're in trouble. We're in trouble. We're in trouble. We're in trouble. Oh, for God's sake. You could just see it. I just said it a minute ago. I said we have to remember it's still 1-1. Can't give it away. Maguire got absolutely skinned by Adama Traore, and we just get back in the game. And what happens to us? What's happened to us is what's happened to us throughout the whole season. Transition. And Iwobi will probably think like, well, thank God, because I had that many chances. Look, skips away like he's not there. Adama Traore still skipping past players in 2024. And look, it's just too easy. It's too easy. And for the first time today, Iwobi actually finishes it and puts it in the bottom corner. Look. Just sends both of them. Onana tries to guess. Wrongs foots him. Done. Game over. Fulham win the game. And from it looking like United might get an opportunity to not only obviously get a point or get something out of it. Right into the camera. Straight in the face. Just gotta hope there's something left in it. Try and get a point out of it. I mean, we went down, we got back to... Go on. Goal kick. That's when you know, innit? That's when you know. Because there would have been an argument to be made, did we deserve to get back into it? I just hate that shit. When you've done nothing all day you've done nothing. You get back in it with an equaliser, and then suddenly, for 5 minutes, we just suddenly decide, actually, we want to participate in this game. We want to play in this game, actually. We've decided. We want to have a go. And then nothingness. Nothingness. Now Anthony's on. And I mentioned for the first time since 2003... Here's Ahmad again. And the thing is, before they scored, there was that little warning, wasn't there, when you go, actually, got to be careful. Crowd knows, players know, it's over. Throw straight to it. Throw in. Referee just showed a couple of bookings to Bruno. What have you done today, Bruno? Honestly, what have you done? And Bruno can't even stand up. There's no way he's not injured as well. So he might be missing out of the Manchester derby next weekend. Here comes Anthony. There you go. Full time. Full time. Manchester United 1, Fulham 2 rather. I wish. But Manchester United lose at Old Trafford in a game that they actually really only participated in for what? Maybe, I don't know, about 5 minutes towards the end of the match. That was about it. Rubbish. Absolutely rubbish. And they deserved it. Can't argue against it. We don't have a divine right to win a football match because we decided to participate for about 5 minutes after we equalised. But Iwobi scores and he would be thinking to himself, good, I should have scored. He had about 3 or 4 chances in that game. Absolute horror show by Manchester United today. If we'd have got a point, you'd be saying, do we deserve it? We got played off the park on our own patch by Fulham, who haven't won there in over 20 years. Absolute rubbish. Absolute horror show by Manchester United. And after being undefeated in 2024, that's now come to an end. And where do you even start? Because one team decided to play today and it wasn't us. I mean, the sloppiness, the lack of technical ability on the ball, the lack of just intensity, awful. And you can't blame injuries. You can't blame schedule. There's no excuse. There is legitimately no excuse by Manchester United today. I said it before the game, didn't I? There is no reason, no excuse, no rationale for why Manchester United should lose that game. Because you can't blame our injuries. That if we even had the nerve to say injuries, Fulham would laugh at us. They're still laughing at us from that performance today. But Fulham would laugh at us. They would say injuries. We didn't have any of our best players on the pitch today. And we still played you off the park, in your house, in your stadium. And Jim Ratcliffe's talking about style of play and Jim Ratcliffe's talking about all of these things. I think he once again has just had a firm slap in the face of reality in terms of, oh yeah, that's what you've got to deal with. You've got to deal with a team, a squad of players that has one of the highest wage bills in the Premier League, and that's the kind of performance they put in. That's the kind of intensity they're bringing to a match. Awful. Absolutely awful. Shocking. Just awful. Let's see what you guys are saying here in the chat. I think it's largely, the sentiment is largely the same of what everyone's saying here. Donaf says, Iwobi can't do it against Ivory Coast though. Well, he did it against us, didn't he? Several times today. And I just hate that shit. Honestly, I hate that. When for the entirety of the game, you can't pass the ball 5 yards to your teammate, or you're passing it sideways, you're passing it backwards, you're slow, you're lethargic, you're not doing anything, all you're doing is giving the ball away, and then we equalise, and then suddenly it's like, actually, let's play. Let's put some pressure on. And even then, can't do that. It's just not good enough. And honestly, what we've now got coming up, we've got an FA Cup match midweek away from home. going to a place where we've already lost this season, and then we've got to play in the Manchester derby. You think last year was bad at the Etihad. Last year we conceded 6. It could be way more than that. It could be double that if we play like that today. In terms of the goals we conceded, I mean, the first one's a horror show of just a free attack in the box, no problem, get a second chance at it. It happened so many times today. And where do you even start? Erik ten Hag decided to start Amari Forson. Didn't work out today. He took a risk, he took a gamble. That didn't work out at all because, I mean, he came on in the second half, but Casemiro went down. The ball was barely kicked and he took him off. Christian Eriksen then came on as well. He really, really struggled. Got skipped past how many times? I can't even remember. Scott McTominay came on the pitch. The only thing I can remember him doing is dragging one wide right at the end of the game. Apart from that, did he even touch the ball? I don't think he did. Bruno Fernandes, once again, he picked up where he left off last week. What did Bruno do? He just kept giving the ball away, kept slicing it, kept putting it out for throw-ins. And towards the end, you notice this as well, towards the end, when actually it's looking like, oh, maybe we can get something out of the game, maybe we can do that, what does he start doing? Taking shots. Starts taking shots again, 25 yards. Instead of passing the ball 5 yards, playing the player through, playing his teammate through. Doesn't do that. Marcus Rashford, I know he doesn't like playing up front today. Did he touch the ball? I can't remember. The only things I can remember him doing, actually, is giving up on 50-50s again. It's just not good enough. It's just not good enough. And just when you think that this team maybe they've turned a corner a little bit or they'll get a bit of momentum behind them, just when you think you've done that, like again, bang, big slap in the face of reality. That's what we're dealing with. That's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with footballers that can't pass the ball 5 yards. Can't do it. And again, this season is back to normal. And I think, honestly, I mentioned this before, and it's not like a case of, oh, you're Erik ten Hag out now, are you, Owen? No, but I said before the game, if this carries on, and I know Erik ten Hag's first defeat of 2024, all that kind of stuff, I totally understand that. But as I've said multiple times, if this kind of level of performance stays as that is, and you're having performances and results like that, he is in trouble. He is in trouble if that keeps happening, because there is change flying around all over the place at Manchester United, and he will get swept up in that. And as the manager today, I know he can't, you can say, well, it's not his fault the players can't play 5-yard passes, but he made certain calls that didn't pay off for him today, and this kind of result is unacceptable. That is unacceptable. That is an unacceptable result. There's no other way of dressing that up. Unacceptable. No tempo, slow, sloppy, lethargic, and that I'd love to know what the excuses people will try and spin up for this one today, because there aren't any. There aren't. There is no excuse for what we saw today at all. And for the work that we have done in recent weeks in terms of bridging the gap, beating Aston Villa twice over a couple of month period of time, all that kind of stuff that we've done, now Villa today, they've won their game 3 points ahead. That's what they've done. And Spurs, when do Spurs play? Oh, their game was postponed. They meant to be playing Chelsea. Once again, the ground that we've made up, now we've lost back on. 2 steps forward, 1 step back. That's what it is. Or maybe 1 step forward, 2 steps back. I don't know. But just not good enough. Not good enough at all. By the way, nothing to really like, but we're 14 likes away from 1,000 likes. If you haven't already, click that like button. What are people saying here? Got a bunch of super chats here. Danny DeFito says, this is unsustainable. This result isn't a surprise, let's be honest. Bruno needs to be dropped. You all laughed at me, but I'll be demanding apologies all around on the next full view. Well, I think Bruno Fernandes, it looks like he's picked up an injury, and maybe that'll be a good thing for United, because once again today, absolutely shocking. I mean, so sloppy on the ball. So, I mean, how many times did we see today attempted switches of play, switch the ball, out for a throw-in, or doesn't even make it where it's meant to be going. Fulham player picks it up. I mean, like I said, they got no argument against the result. The only argument Fulham might have is that they should have scored more. Had they had their better players available, maybe they would have been more clinical, because they had chances. How many chances did Iwobi have in the game? In the first half, he had at least 2. He could have had a hat-trick today. And the majority of the time, where did Fulham's chances come from? They came from us giving the ball away. Middle of the pitch, attempting something basic, can't do it. Play it behind the man, or can't even control the ball. Nicked off them, or trying to switch, goes out for a throw-in, or goes to a white shirt. Boom, they're at the other end of the pitch. How many times did that happen for us today? It's just, again, not good enough. Biggie Third says, hoping Erik ten Hag coached himself out of the job today. Ivor Clip says, I want to see heads roll. K-Flow says, Pep can't wait to pepper us for taking Omar. They will finish us. Bruno, Rashi, useless. Onana, man of the match day. I think, to be fair, you do point out Andre Onana. He did make saves today. Like I said, Fulham should have had more, to be honest with you. I can't really fault that much with Andre Onana today. It's not even... And again, that's when, like earlier on in the season, United are playing okay, Onana makes a mistake and we don't react to it. That's one thing. But today, and the goalkeeper will be relatively like, there's not much I can really do about that. How many chances did we concede today? How many chances did we make today? Realistically, I mean, Maguire scored that goal from a set piece, but how many big saves did Bert Leno have to make today? How many saves did Leno make where you go, I tell you what, that's a really good save? First half, maybe one from Garnacho, maybe. The rest in the second half, they were routine saves and he was struggling with them. He was parrying them out all over the place, but we couldn't be bothered to follow up. Heaven forbid we played to the conditions as well. What was Leno really having to do? Not all that much. Rafa's been a member for 20 months. Appreciate 20 months of support. Says, how do we have players that don't run and can't pass? Erik ten Hag, poor sub with Eriksson. Have to get a PT next week. Master midfield was drowning. Shameful. Yeah, it's just, like I said, it's just shocking, isn't it? It's just absolutely not good and really, really poor. There's no way of dressing it up at all. No way of dressing it up. Just absolutely shocking. I can end that poll because, that went well, didn't it? About the predictions. Honestly, absolutely awful. Absolutely awful. Christian Eriksen, when he came on in the second half, I mean, I mentioned it to KG before the game, and I was saying that for all this talk about Eriksen, we say he hasn't got the legs. That is the perfect example. Next time someone asks about Christian Eriksen being brought on, and next time someone asks about Eriksen, why doesn't he get brought on in certain games, particularly games away from home, you saw that. Christian Eriksen got skipped past, 4 or 5 times in the space of about 40 minutes? I mean, that is so alarming. They couldn't even get close to him. Couldn't even get close. And yeah, he was spraying the ball around a little bit. Even he was having the same thing. Can't pass it 5 yards. His switches weren't working. And I don't even think it's like, when Casemiro went off, that was Casemiro wasn't holding that together, because the same problem was Casemiro when he was on the pitch. Now, granted, I think you look at the manager and say, that switch you tried by putting Bruno out right wing and putting McTominay in the 10, to be honest, that kind of killed us even more because it got worse. Fulham just got a bigger foothold in the game when that sub happened. How many times do we need to see Bruno Fernandes right wing? Doesn't work. Stop doing it. And to be honest, the only reason he had to make that sub is because when he started Forsen and him and Rashford weren't sure about who was going to play right wing, clearly, Diogo Dalot for about 40, 50 minutes got completely overrun on his side of the pitch. That's why I say Iwobi will be thankful he scored today, because he should have. He had so many chances in the first half because it was him and Robinson 2-on-1 against Dalot. What's he to do about it? Can't do anything about that. It's just, awful. Absolutely awful. People saying bring on KG. I don't think he's available, which is, I guess, typical KG. I don't think he's around because he has got that award ceremony today. So that's probably why. But everyone deserves criticism, including the manager. Erik ten Hag deserves criticism. Selections, substitutions didn't work at all. The players deserve criticism. Everyone takes blame today. Ultimately, when it comes to the manager, obviously, he'll take ultimate blame because that's how it works. And as I have said time and time again, when it comes to the manager and when it comes to the decision at the end of the season, what Erik ten Hag needs is he needs results and he needs momentum. And results and momentum has just completely disappeared and vanished. vanished today, because that is, for all of the good stuff that's happened so far this season, that is the complete opposite of it. Absolute complete opposite. And Erik ten Hag took a couple of gambles today. Gambled by starting Amari Forson, wasn't ready, and people will point to Ahmad, people will point to Anthony and say they're more senior than him. They've played more senior football than him. Why did you decide to go with that? People will point that. People will say that, and they'll be right to. They'll also point to, why did Bruno Fernandes go right wing? That didn't work. They'll point to Christian Eriksen, when you brought him on. If you're going to have him in the hub there, where there's so much energy and so much pressing, and you know he's going to get run round, that didn't work. It's almost like if you're going to bring Eriksen on, you've got to put him as the 10, because if you put him in the middle of the pitch, he's just going to get run around, which is what happened, because he can't press people. So that didn't work. I mean, you can get the logic behind McTominay being at the 10 because he scored goals in recent weeks, but if that's not working, change it again. Change it, because it wasn't working. And it was shocking. Absolutely shocking. The bit player says Fulham won. Stop crying. Yeah, I'm not saying Man United won. That would be a bold choice by me. It'd be a very bold choice if I went Man United won the game today. Yeah, we won. We didn't. We didn't deserve to. I cannot. And if people try and spin it that Man United were unlucky or anything like that, Manchester United were not unlucky today. Manchester United didn't deserve to win today. If Man United got a point, we would have said we got away with one. Manchester United decided to participate in the football match for the best part of maybe 5 minutes after we scored. And even that was in stoppage time. In the actual 90, I don't think we did anything. To be honest with you, nothing worth of substance at all. You can't play like that and win in the Premier League, even if you're at home. And maybe that says a lot about that group of players, because they played like a team that was going up against a side that had injuries, had people missing, and they thought, you know what, Fulham have done nothing away from them. Again, this needs to be pointed out as well. That Fulham, they've won once away from home this season. They don't even travel well. They don't travel well. They don't have their best players, and they played us off the park. Embarrassed us. And that's not the first time that's happened at home this season as well. That ain't the first time that's happened at home. Do we need to bring up Bournemouth? Do we need to bring up Crystal Palace? Are these sort of teams that you go, all right, easy, home banker, no problem. We can win that game. But if you don't participate in the game, if you don't even try, then you're going to lose. Of course you're going to lose. It's not rocket science, is it? At all. Just absolutely awful. Absolutely rubbish. A reminder, by the way, guys, the full-time view is going to be on shortly. It's going to be going on shortly. Give me about 10 minutes or so to set that up. You'll be able to call in if indeed you are a member as well. There is going to be fan views reaction from Flex, and I'm sure a plethora of angry fans outside Old Trafford as well. But, I mean, what more needs to say? Needs to be said, honestly. What more needs to be said? There is going to be reaction as well from KG as well. There's going to be a fan view from him too. But honestly. And where do United go from here? Well, they go from here with an FA Cup game in the week, which is our last chance of silverware as well. Going to a place that we've already lost at this season against Nottingham Forest. And then we go into a little game, which is the Manchester Derby as well, at the Etihad. And a pretty pissed off Man City as well, because City even haven't been at their best recently. And I actually, not that I was optimistic going into that game, that's probably a stretch, but I had thought with what we saw, I had thought with what we had seen so far in 2024, playing on the counter-attack, I thought, well, maybe that could go in our favour at the Etihad, perhaps a bit like how when Chelsea played there. But you play like we played today. I mean, even if you play on the counter-attack, you need to be able to pass the ball. You need to be able to actually hit your man if you pass it. You can't give the ball away like that and expect to get anything. Not even out of a any football match, let alone a game in the Premier League or any like that. You can't absolutely do that. Potowski says, don't mind Owen, he's chatting rubbish. Forson looks ready, he needs some game time, show more than Rashford did. Yeah, of course. No, to be honest, nobody was ready today. Nobody was ready at all today, were they? It's almost like the game, actually playing a game for them was, I don't know, a burden. Oh, I've got to play a game today. Oh, do I have to? It's only Fulham. I won't participate. No thanks. I'm just not going to do that. To be honest with you, I don't really feel like it. Nah, it's all right. Awful, absolutely awful. I think I'm caught up when it comes to the super chats as well. Here, indeed I am. Appreciate everyone that's tuned in. Appreciate everyone that's stayed the long haul with that as well, because what a rough watch that was to watch. Honestly, what a rough watch. Absolutely shocking. Click a like on the way out if you haven't already. Be sure to subscribe while you're at it. You can see top right hand corner, 5 subs away from 160,700. So yes, click the like button. Be sure to subscribe bottom right hand corner. A reminder, full-time view will be coming up very shortly. Members, you'll be able to call in, you'll be able to have your say. Fan views will be coming up outside Old Trafford as well, and from KG all the way over there in LA. And player ratings as well. It's going to be very, very interesting. Very, very interesting indeed. I'm out of here. Speak for you in a couple of minutes, actually. Peace.